This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. The headlight appeared in my rearview mirror at 11:42 p.m. I know the exact time because I checked my watch when I first noticed it. I was driving on County Road 23, a stretch of asphalt that cuts through dense forest and hasn't seen maintenance in at least a decade. No streetlights, no houses, just trees and darkness. I first thought it was just another car. That happens sometimes, even on these back roads. But something felt wrong right away. The light stayed at exactly the same distance behind me. I was doing 45 mph, then 50, then 55. The headlight didn't get closer or fall behind. It maintained the exact same distance, like it was attached to my car by an invisible rod. My hands got sweaty on the steering wheel. I gripped it tighter and pushed the speedometer to 60. The road wasn't meant for that speed. My tires bounced over potholes and uneven patches. The headlight stayed put, always there, always watching. I tried to get a better look at the vehicle in my mirrors, but all I could see was that single headlight. Just one, not two like a normal car. The brightness made it impossible to see what kind of vehicle it was. The light was pure white, almost blue, and it cast long shadows through my car. My neck muscles tensed. A dull ache spread across my shoulders. I reached over and turned off the radio. I hadn't even realized it was still playing. The car was silent except for the hum of tires on asphalt and my own breathing, which was getting faster. At mile marker 47, I made a decision. There was an old logging road coming up on the right. I'd driven it before during daylight hours. It wasn't much more than a dirt path, but it would get me to Highway 16 eventually. I hit the turn signal, even though there was no one else around. Old habits. I took the turn fast, too fast. The car fishtailed on the loose gravel. I fought the steering wheel, my arms straining until I got control back. The moment I straightened out, my eyes went to the rearview mirror. The headlight was gone. My breath came out in a rush. The tension in my shoulders started to ease. I drove another quarter-mile on the logging road, watching my mirrors. Nothing but darkness behind me. I slowed down to a reasonable speed, letting my heartbeat settle. Then the light reappeared. It wasn't there, and then it was. No fade-in, no movement, just suddenly present in my mirror at that exact same distance. My stomach clenched. Sweat ran down my back, making my shirt stick to the seat. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car lurched forward, engine screaming. Branches whipped against the windows. The road was barely visible in my headlights. Every bump threatened to throw me off the narrow dirt track. The light stayed with me. I took random turns, left at a fork, right at an old gate, straight past a fallen tree. I had no idea where I was going anymore. The GPS on my phone showed nothing but green forest in every direction. No roads, no landmarks, just trees. My hands shook on the wheel. The gas gauge was dropping faster than it should. How long had I been driving? The clock on my dashboard said 12:17 a.m., but that couldn't be right. It felt like hours had passed. A branch scraped along the side of my car with a sound like fingernails on metal. I jerked the wheel away from it and nearly went into a ditch. The light behind me never wavered, never got closer, never fell behind. My throat was dry. I needed to think. This wasn't rational. Cars don't appear and disappear. They don't maintain perfect distance no matter the speed. They don't follow you for miles through impossible turns without making a sound. I spotted a wider section of road ahead, a turnout or maybe an old loading area. My headlights illuminated a wall of trees beyond it. This was it. I had to know what was behind me. I yanked the wheel hard, spinning the car around 180 degrees. The tires threw gravel. The engine stalled. My seatbelt locked tight against my chest. There was nothing there. No car, no motorcycle, no vehicle of any kind. The road behind me was empty and dark. My headlights showed only trees and undergrowth. No tire tracks in the dirt except my own. I sat there, engine dead, hands still gripping the wheel. My breath fogged the windshield. The air in the car felt too thick to breathe. Movement caught my eye. I turned my head slowly toward the rearview mirror. The light was there. I scrambled out of the car. The door handle slipped in my sweaty grip, but I got it open. The night air hit me like a wall of ice. I stumbled away from the car, then forced myself to turn around. The road stretched empty in both directions. The only light came from my car's headlights, still pointing into the forest. But in my mirrors, every mirror on the car, that single headlight glowed. Steady, watching. I walked behind my car on shaking legs. The road was empty. Not just empty, there was no road. The dirt track I'd been driving on ended abruptly about 20 feet back. Beyond that was nothing but dense forest. Ancient trees grew so close together you couldn't squeeze between them. I got back in my car. My hands were numb. The key missed the ignition twice before I got it in. The engine started on the third try. I didn't look in the mirrors again. I kept my eyes locked straight ahead and drove. I took every turn that looked wider than the others. I ignored the scratching branches and the dropping gas gauge. At 1:34 a.m., I broke through the trees onto Highway 16. The sudden sight of painted lines and reflectors nearly made me cry. I pulled onto the asphalt and stopped on the shoulder, emergency lights blinking. Other cars passed me, normal cars with normal headlights in pairs. I watched each one appear and disappear. My breathing slowly returned to normal. When I finally looked in the rearview mirror, the single headlight was gone. The mirror showed only darkness and the occasional passing car. I drove home with all my mirrors adjusted to show nothing but the sky. That was 3 weeks ago. I've taken different routes to work since then. Main roads, highways, places with street lights and traffic and other people. I keep my mirrors adjusted up slightly, just enough to see if there's an emergency vehicle behind me. But sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I see that light, not in any mirror or reflection, just floating in the darkness behind my eyelids, watching, waiting. And I know with absolute certainty that it's still out there, on that empty road that doesn't exist anymore, maintaining that perfect distance. Last night I had to drive after dark. A family emergency. No choice. I took the highway, but there was construction. The detour forced me onto back roads. My hands were shaking before I even made the turn. I checked my watch. 11:41 p.m. The road ahead was empty. The road behind was empty. I checked again. 11:42 p.m. A light appeared in my mirror. I'm still driving. The first whisper came on Tuesday night. I had just moved into apartment 4B of the Blackwood building, a pre-war structure on the east side of the city. The walls were thick concrete, the kind they don't make anymore. The realtor said the adjacent units were empty. That's why the rent was so low. I was unpacking boxes in the bedroom when I heard it. A murmur, like someone talking through a wall. I pressed my ear against the cold concrete. The sound was clearer there, two voices having a conversation. I couldn't make out the words, but the rhythm was unmistakable. I checked my phone. 11:23 p.m. Too late to knock on doors and ask about noise. I went back to unpacking. The voices faded after a few minutes. The next morning I asked Mrs. Chen in 4A if she'd heard anything. She looked at me like I was crazy. "Nobody lives in 4C, she said. "Been empty 3 years. She hurried back into her apartment. The lock clicked behind her. I walked down the hall to 4C. A layer of dust covered the doorknob. I tried it anyway. Locked. The peephole was dark. That night, the whispers came back. I was sitting on my new couch, trying to get the TV to connect to Wi-Fi. The first voice was deep, masculine. The second was higher, but still male. They came from inside the wall between my apartment and 4C. I pressed my ear against the wall again. The voices were clearer this time. "She's listening," the deeper voice said. My heart jumped. I pulled away from the wall. The voices continued, too muffled to understand. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The whispers came through as static. I turned up the volume and heard something that might have been words, but it could have been noise from the building's heating system. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. Around 2 a.m., the whispers started again. "Sarah," the higher voice said, clear as a bell. I sat up. That was my name. I definitely heard my name. "She's not ready," the deep voice replied. I turned on every light in the apartment. My hands shook as I checked the locks on the door and windows. Everything was secure. The voices were gone. The building manager wasn't in his office the next morning. I left a note about noise from 4C. When I got home from work, the note was still there, untouched. I tried to be rational. Old buildings make noise, pipes knock, air moves through vents. But pipes don't say names, air doesn't have conversations. That night, I heard them talking about my job, about the presentation I had given that day. Details nobody could have known. "The blue sweater was a good choice," the high voice said. "She stuttered on slide 4, said the deep voice. I was wearing a blue sweater. I had stuttered on slide 4 of my presentation. My breath came in short gasps. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I pressed my ear against the wall. "She's going to look for us soon," the deep voice said. "Good," replied the high voice. I yanked my head away from the wall. The voices continued, but I couldn't make out the words anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, my reflection looked pale and unfocused. Dark circles under my eyes, hair a mess. I called in sick to work, spent the morning Googling the building's history. Nothing unusual came up. No deaths, no mysteries, no strange disappearances. Just an ordinary apartment building, built in 1939. The whispers started earlier that night, 8:45 p.m. They came from a different spot, near the air vent in my living room. I grabbed a flashlight and examined the vent. The screws were old and rusty. One was missing. The cover came off easily. The beam of my flashlight showed a metal duct, about 12 inches square. Dust coated the inside. And there, about 3 feet in, something reflected the light back at me. I reached in with my phone, took a picture. The flash illuminated a small mirror, propped against the side of the duct. Fingerprints marked its surface. The whispers got louder. "She found it," the deep voice said. "Now she'll understand," said the high voice. I dropped my phone. It clattered into the duct, screen cracking against the metal. When I reached in to grab it, my fingers touched something wet. I yanked my hand back. Dark liquid dripped from my fingertips. Not blood, too thin, too dark, like old oil. The whispers turned to laughter. I ran to the bathroom, scrubbed my hand until the skin was raw. The liquid had no smell. It left no stain. When I went back to the vent, it was gone. The inside of the duct was dry. My phone lay screen up in the duct. The cracked display showed the photo I'd taken. The mirror was clearly visible, but in its reflection, a face looked back. Not my face, not anyone's face, just dark holes where features should be. I slammed the vent cover back on. My hands were shaking so badly I could only get 2 screws in. That night, I slept with all the lights on. The whispers came anyway. "She'll see us soon," they said. "She'll join us soon." I woke up at 3:17 a.m. Something felt wrong. The air was too thick, too cold. Every piece of furniture in my apartment had moved, just slightly. The couch was 3 inches too far left. The TV stood at an angle. The kitchen table had rotated 45 degrees. The whispers came from everywhere at once. "We rearranged things for you, Sarah. Do you like what we've done? We can do so much more." I ran, didn't even put on shoes. Just grabbed my keys and ran out the door in my pajamas. Mrs. Chen found me in the hallway, curled up against the wall. She called the building manager. He finally showed up, looking annoyed. 4C has been sealed since the renovation attempt in 2019, he said. The contractors found structural issues. Nobody's been in there since. "Then where are the voices coming from?" I asked. He unlocked 4C and showed me. The apartment was gutted. No walls, no floors, just bare concrete and exposed beams. A thick layer of dust covered everything. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there in years. But there, on the far wall, was a mirror, full length, covered in grime. And in its reflection, I saw my apartment. Not as it was now, but as it would be. Empty, dusty, abandoned. 2 figures stood in the reflected room, tall, dark, featureless. They waved at me. I'm in a hotel now. My clothes and furniture are still in 4B. I'm not going back for them. But it doesn't matter. The whispers found me here too. "You can't leave us, Sarah. We saved a place for you. Look in the mirror. I've covered every mirror in the room with towels, but I know what's behind them. I know what's waiting, and I know that soon, very soon, I'll have to look." Checked my phone. 4:47 p.m. The main trail to Riverside Park would take another 40 minutes. The sun would be setting by then. I spotted a narrow path branching off to the right, cutting through the dense trees. It wasn't on the trail map, but it headed in the right direction. A shortcut would save me at least 20 minutes. The path looked unused. Dead leaves covered the ground, undisturbed by footprints. Branches hung low across the trail. I pushed them aside and started walking. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No birds, no rustling leaves. Even my footsteps seemed muted, like the ground was absorbing the sound. I walked for 10 minutes. The path stayed straight, cutting through the forest like a ruler line. That should have been my first warning. Natural trails curve and wind. This one didn't deviate an inch. A fallen log lay across the path. I climbed over it. On the other side, I saw the same tree I'd passed 5 minutes ago. I recognized the distinctive split in its trunk, like a giant letter Y. That was impossible. I'd been walking straight. I turned around. The path stretched behind me, arrow straight. I kept walking. The trees seemed closer together now. Branches scratched at my arms. Another fallen log, the same fallen log, the same Y-shaped tree beyond it. My throat went dry. I checked my phone. 4:52 p.m. Only 5 minutes had passed. I'd been walking for at least 15. I picked up my pace. The path had to lead somewhere. Every path leads somewhere. A concrete marker appeared ahead, square, about waist-high, like the ones they use to mark trail intersections. As I got closer, I saw writing carved into its face, letters eaten away by time and weather. My name was carved into the stone. Below it, my date of birth. My hands started shaking. This was a prank. Had to be. Someone was messing with hikers. I touched the letters. The stone was warm. Not sun warm, but body warm, like fresh concrete. I turned back. The path behind me was gone. Where I'd come from, trees grew so close together their trunks touched. No gap between them, no way through. Just a solid wall of bark and wood. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. I faced forward again. The path continued straight ahead. The marker was gone. I started jogging. The trees pressed closer. Branches whipped my face. The path narrowed with every step. Another marker appeared. The same marker. My name. My birth date. The stone felt warmer this time. I ran. The path shrank to a foot wide, then 6 inches. Tree trunks crowded in on both sides. The marker again, warm as fresh blood now. I stopped, caught my breath, checked my phone. 4:52 p.m., the same time, the exact same time. I looked up. The tree canopy had closed completely. No sky visible, just leaves and branches woven so tight they formed a ceiling. The path ahead was barely wide enough for my shoulders. I had to turn sideways to continue. The marker appeared again. New text under my name and birth date. Turn back now. I spun around. Solid wall of trees. No path. No way back. My chest felt tight. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I faced forward. The marker was gone again. The path stretched ahead, narrow as a knife blade. I squeezed through the gap between trees. Bark scraped my chest and back. The branches overhead grew thicker, blocking more light. Another marker, more text. Last warning. The stone was hot enough to burn my fingers. I couldn't turn around anymore, could barely breathe. The trees pressed against me from both sides. My phone buzzed. 4:52 p.m. The screen showed 1 bar of signal. I dialed 911. A voice answered on the first ring, not a dispatcher. "Don't look behind you," it said. The call ended. I tried again. Same voice. "Don't look behind you." Again. "Don't look behind you." My phone showed 4:52 p.m. The marker appeared one last time. No name now, no date, just one word. Run. The stone glowed red hot. Something breathed behind me. I ran. The path vanished under my feet. I crashed through branches, pushed between tree trunks. Bark tore at my clothes. Thorns raked my skin. Behind me, something followed. Heavy footsteps, hot breath on my neck. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs felt like they would burst. I broke through a wall of branches and stumbled onto the main trail. Normal trees, normal spacing, normal afternoon light. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. When I could breathe again, I looked back. Solid forest, no path, no gap in the trees, no sign that anything had ever passed through there. My phone buzzed. 4:52 p.m. I ran all the way to the park, didn't stop until I reached the parking lot. Other hikers stared at me. I must have looked crazy, clothes torn, skin scratched, covered in sweat and dirt. My car's clock showed 5:30 p.m. I drove home, took a shower, cleaned my cuts, tried to convince myself I'd gotten lost, gotten scared, imagined things. Then I checked my phone's call history. 3 calls to 911, all at 4:52 p.m. I played back the voicemail that had appeared. "You didn't look behind you," the voice said. "Smart, but we're patient. We can wait. The path will appear again. And next time..." The message ended. That was 2 weeks ago. I've stayed away from hiking trails since then, stuck to roads and sidewalks. But this morning, I saw a narrow path cutting between 2 buildings downtown, a path that wasn't there yesterday. It leads straight as an arrow into shadow. My phone shows 4:52 p.m. I can hear breathing behind me. The mirror started fogging up at exactly 3:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone when I first noticed it. I was staying at the Red Pine Motel, room 113, on the outskirts of a small town I'd never heard of before tonight. The kind of place you stop when you're too tired to drive another mile. The bathroom mirror shouldn't have been foggy. The air was bone dry. The shower hadn't been used for hours. The small window was closed tight. But there it was, a thin layer of condensation creeping across the glass from the edges inward. I wiped it with a towel. The fog came back within seconds. I touched the mirror's surface. Cold. Colder than it should have been. My fingertip left a clear mark that lasted only moments before the fog claimed it again. The air conditioning wasn't even running. The room temperature showed 71 degrees on the ancient thermostat. Nothing that would cause condensation. I tried to sleep. The mirror bothered me. Not just the fog. Something else felt wrong about it. The way it seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. At 4:23 a.m., I saw the writing. Letters appeared in the fog, like someone drawing with their finger on the other side of the glass. The strokes were quick, deliberate. The letters weren't English. They looked like no alphabet I'd ever seen. My hands felt cold. Sweat gathered on the back of my neck despite the chill. I grabbed my phone and took pictures. The letters showed up clearly in the first shot. In the second photo, they were blurry. By the third, they had changed completely. Different symbols, different arrangement. I tried to copy them down. My pen moved across the notepad, but the marks it left didn't match the letters I was looking at. They shifted and changed as I watched, like bugs crawling across the glass. The message disappeared when I tried to wipe it away. The fog remained. I called the front desk. The phone rang 17 times. No answer. My room door wouldn't open. The handle turned, the lock clicked, but the door stayed shut like it was welded in place. I put my shoulder into it. Nothing, not even a rattle. The mirror started changing. The fog cleared from the center outward, like a curtain being pulled back. But the reflection wasn't my bathroom anymore. I saw a room, large, empty except for a chair in the center. Old wooden floorboards, cracked and stained. Walls that might have been white once, but had aged to the color of tobacco. A figure sat in the chair. Their back was to the mirror. They wore what looked like a black suit, but the edges weren't quite solid. They seemed to blur into the shadows around them. My bathroom lights flickered. In the mirror, the room stayed steady. The figure's head moved slightly. Just a twitch, like they were about to turn around. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The figure's head began to turn, slowly, degree by degree. I saw the edge of what might have been a face. The lights went out. Complete darkness, the kind that feels solid. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. My phone screen stayed dark. The battery had been at 94%. Something scraped against wood in the darkness, like a chair being pushed back. Footsteps, slow, regular, coming from the direction of the mirror. I backed away until I hit the bedroom wall. My legs shook. My mouth was dry as sand. The footsteps stopped. A breath that wasn't mine. The lights came back on. The bathroom mirror showed only my reflection again. No fog, no letters, no room, no figure. But my reflection was wrong. I stood against the bedroom wall. My reflection stood in the middle of the bathroom. I raised my right hand. My reflection raised its left. I stepped forward. My reflection stepped backward. Cold sweat soaked through my shirt. My chest felt too tight to breathe. The reflection's face began to change. The features blurred, ran like wax. The eyes darkened until they were just holes. I tried to look away. I couldn't move. My muscles locked up, frozen in place while my reflection reached toward the glass. A hand pressed against the mirror from the other side. The surface rippled like water. The reflection's mouth opened. No teeth, no tongue, just darkness. It spoke in a voice that sounded like stones grinding together. "Your side now." The mirror shattered. Not broke, shattered. The pieces hung in the air for a moment, suspended like drops of mercury. Then they flew apart with the force of an explosion. I dove behind the bed. Glass rained across the room. I felt pieces hit the wall above me, heard them embedding in the plaster. Silence. I waited 5 minutes before moving. My whole body trembled. Glass crunched under my feet as I stood. The bathroom mirror was intact, perfect, not a crack or scratch, but it showed only the bathroom. No reflection at all. Not me, not the room behind me. Just an empty bathroom. I ran to the door. It opened easily now. The parking lot was empty. No cars, no lights in the office. The neon vacancy sign dark. My car started on the first try. I drove until sunrise, stopped at a gas station 200 miles away. The restroom mirror showed my reflection. Normal, correct. Moving when I moved. I splashed water on my face, started to relax. Then I saw it. In my reflection's pocket, a piece of paper sticking out, a paper that wasn't in my real pocket. With shaking hands, I reached into my reflection's pocket. My fingers touched paper. I pulled out a note. The letters were the same ones from the motel mirror, but now I could read them. "We traded places. You're on our side now. Look behind you." I haven't turned around yet. I'm still staring at my reflection. It isn't moving anymore, but something behind it is. The last fare of the night stood at mile marker 147. I almost missed them in the darkness. Just a silhouette against the guardrail, arm raised in the universal signal for a taxi. My meter read 2:43 a.m. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight. I shouldn't have stopped. Company policy says no pickups on highways after midnight. Too dangerous. Too many robberies. But the figure looked small, non-threatening. Probably some college kid with a broken-down car. I pulled onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under my tires. My headlights illuminated a person in a dark coat, hood pulled up against the October wind. They stood completely still. I hit the button to unlock the back doors. The sound echoed in the quiet night. The figure didn't move. "Need a ride?" I called through the passenger window. They turned toward my voice. The hood cast deep shadows where their face should have been. My chest tightened. Something felt wrong. The way they moved was too smooth, like they were floating rather than walking. They opened the back door. The dome light clicked on. The seat was empty. I twisted around to look. Nobody there. The door hung open, letting in cold air. My hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. I checked all my mirrors. The figure stood by the guardrail again. Same spot as before, like they'd never moved. I put the car in drive. My foot hovered over the gas pedal. Movement in the rearview mirror caught my eye. The back seat wasn't empty anymore. My passenger sat perfectly centered on the bench seat. The hood still up, still hiding their face in shadow. Their hands rested on their knees, unnaturally still. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt like it was caught in a vice. "Where to?" I managed to ask. My voice shook. The passenger didn't respond, didn't move, just sat there, radiating cold. The temperature in the car dropped 20 degrees. I looked back at the road, started to pull away from the shoulder. The rearview mirror showed an empty seat. My heart skipped. I hit the brakes hard enough to lock them. The passenger was at the guardrail again. Same position, same stillness. I hit the gas. The taxi's engine roared as I accelerated. A glance in the mirror showed the back seat occupied again. This time the hood was turned toward me. Where the face should have been, there was nothing, just emptiness, a void darker than the night outside. My hands shook on the wheel. Sweat froze on my forehead. The mirror showed an empty seat. Guardrail, figure, waiting, back seat, void face watching, empty seat, guardrail, back seat. Each time I checked, they switched positions. Each time, the temperature dropped lower. Frost formed on the inside of the windows. My breath came out in clouds. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The speedometer passed 90. The taxi shuddered. The passenger appeared in the seat directly behind me. I felt their presence like ice on the back of my neck. A hand touched my shoulder. Not a human hand. Too cold. Too smooth. Like polished marble. I jerked the wheel. The taxi swerved across both lanes. The hand withdrew. Empty seat in the mirror. Figure by the guardrail. Arm raised. The cycle continued for miles. Guardrail to back seat to empty mirror. Over and over. Each appearance brought new waves of cold. My teeth chattered. Ice crystals formed in my hair. Mile marker 148. Mile marker 149. Mile marker 150. The passenger appeared in the mirror. This time, they moved. The void face turned toward me. The hood fell back slightly. I saw what was underneath. My foot jerked off the gas pedal. The car fishtailed. I fought for control. When I looked again, the seat was empty, but there was an impression in the fabric, a deep depression, like someone had just been sitting there. As I watched, the cushion slowly expanded back to its normal shape. The guardrail was empty too, no figure, no silhouette. I pulled over. My hands trembled as I turned on all the interior lights. The back seat was damaged. Deep grooves ran across the fabric, like someone had dragged steel fingers across it. The cushion looked wrong, distorted, misshapen, like it had been subjected to intense cold. Frost still coated the windows. The temperature remained near freezing. I drove straight back to the taxi depot, parked the car, clocked out. The next driver found me sitting in the break room, still shaking. "You okay?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I handed him the keys. "Don't pick up anyone by mile marker 147, I said. He laughed. "No such marker on our routes. 146 jumps straight to 148. Always has." I pulled up a map on my phone. He was right. Mile marker 147 didn't exist. I quit that night, found a new job, day shifts only. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I check my rearview mirror and see a figure in the back seat, just for a moment. Hood up, void face turned toward me. Then the seat is empty. And when I look at the side of the road, there they are, standing by a guardrail that shouldn't exist, arm raised, waiting for another ride. The impression in my old taxi's back seat never went away. The company replaced the entire bench, but the new one did the same thing. A perfect impression of someone sitting there, reforming every night. The cold spot remains too. Every driver who uses that car complains about it. No matter how high they set the heat, the back seat stays freezing. And on rare nights, when the moon is dark and the roads are empty, dispatchers get calls from mile marker 147. Calls that shouldn't be possible. A figure by the guardrail, they say. Needs a ride. Just needs a ride. I keep my mirrors covered now when I drive at night. But I can still feel them watching. Still feel that marble-smooth hand reaching for my shoulder. And I know that someday they'll find another ride. One that takes them where they really want to go. I found the key in my mailbox on Tuesday morning. It sat alone on the metal bottom. No envelope, no note, no markings. Just a plain brass key that looked older than my house. The ridges were worn smooth in places. The bow, the handle part, had intricate scrollwork eaten away by time. It felt heavy in my palm, heavier than it should have been. I checked the mailbox again. Nothing else inside. No mail had been delivered yet. It was only 7:15 a.m. The mail carrier wouldn't come for hours. I asked my neighbors if they'd seen anyone at my mailbox. Mrs. Rodriguez next door just shook her head. Mr. Peterson across the street said he'd been up since 5 a.m. and hadn't noticed anything unusual. The key stayed in my pocket all day at work. I felt its weight with every step. Sometimes it seemed to grow warmer, like it was absorbing my body heat. Other times it turned ice cold against my leg. That evening, I examined it more closely under my desk lamp. The worn spots caught the light in strange ways, creating patterns that shifted when I turned the key. No manufacturer's marks, no identifying numbers, just that elaborate scrollwork and those smooth, worn ridges. I tried it in my front door. Didn't fit. Back door, no luck. Garage door, nothing. Window locks, mailbox, garden shed. None of them matched. The basement door was next. The key slipped in halfway, then stuck. I jiggled it, trying to force it deeper into the lock. It stayed firmly wedged. As I worked the key back and forth, I heard something click inside the wall. Not from the door, from about 3 feet to the right. I pulled the key out and examined the wall. The paint looked uniform. No hidden panels or seams. I knocked on it. Solid. But when I stepped back, I saw it. A door-sized outline in the wallpaper, visible only from certain angles. The pattern didn't quite match up along one edge. My heart beat faster. I'd lived here for 5 years and never noticed this. I pressed against the wall. Nothing moved. Ran my fingers along the edges. No gaps, no handles. The key felt hot in my hand now, almost too hot to hold. I pressed it into different spots along the outline. On the third try, it slid into an invisible keyhole with a soft click. The wall swung inward. A closet. Small, maybe 3 feet deep. Empty except for a single wooden shelf at eye level. On the shelf sat a stack of photographs. Black and white, edges curled with age. The top photo showed my living room, my couch, my coffee table, my TV stand. But it wasn't my furniture. The couch was different, older style, different pattern. The coffee table was heavier, darker wood. The TV stand held an ancient tube television. The next photo showed the same room, slightly different furniture, still old but a different style. Photo after photo, the same room, different eras, different furniture, different decorations. The last photo at the bottom of the stack showed my exact living room, my exact furniture, my exact layout, down to the magazine I'd left on the coffee table that morning. The photo was yellowed with age, had to be decades old. My hands shook, sweat beaded on my forehead. A sound came from the living room, soft, regular, like footsteps on carpet. I stepped out of the closet. The wall swung shut behind me with a click. The living room was wrong. My couch had turned around, facing away from the TV, away from where I stood. The magazine on the coffee table had moved 6 inches to the left. The TV remote stood on its end. Everything else stayed exactly the same. Another sound, a shoe-scuffing carpet, coming from behind the couch. I couldn't move. My legs felt frozen in place. The key burned in my palm. A head slowly rose above the back of the couch, just the back of it. Dark hair, slightly graying at the temples. It started to turn. I ran, stumbled up the basement stairs, slammed the door, locked it. My hands trembled so badly I dropped the key. It hit the floor with a dull thud that seemed too loud for its size. I stayed upright there for an hour, listening. No more footsteps, no more movement. When I finally got the courage to look in the living room, everything was back to normal. Couch facing the right way, magazine in its original spot, remote lying flat. I went back to the basement. The wall looked solid. No outline, no seam, no keyhole. The key didn't fit anywhere I tried it. I put it in a drawer and tried to forget about it. But every morning, it was back in my mailbox. And every evening, things in my living room moved slightly when I wasn't looking. The couch shifted 2 inches left. The curtains hung unevenly. Picture frames tilted. Small changes. Almost unnoticeable. Almost. Last night I heard footsteps again, coming up the basement stairs. Slow, regular, heavy. I checked the living room this morning. The couch faces the basement door now. The TV shows only static, and there's a new photo on my coffee table. It shows my living room, exactly as it is now. Except I'm sitting on the couch. My back is to the camera, and I'm starting to turn around. The key is in my mailbox again. It's warm to the touch, waiting. I can hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs. They're getting closer, and I know when I turn around, I'll see who's been in those photos all along. I'll see whose furniture this really is. I'll see why the key keeps coming back. I'll see. The footsteps have stopped, right behind me. The noises started at 11:23 p.m. I know the exact time because I was checking my phone when I first heard the scraping sound from room 214. A long, slow drag across the floor, like someone moving furniture. I was in room 213 of the Desert Palm Motel, a one-story sprawl of concrete and peeling paint on the edge of Highway 50. The kind of place where the neon vacancy sign flickers more than it shines. The scraping continued, back and forth, regular, rhythmic. I called the front desk. The phone rang 7 times before someone answered. "Front desk," a woman said. Her voice crackled with static. "This is room 213. There's a lot of noise coming from next door." "Room 214? She sounded confused. "That's not possible." "I can hear it right now. Someone's moving furniture around." "Sir, room 214 is empty, has been for months. Renovation issues." The scraping got louder. Now it sounded like something heavy being dragged across bare concrete. "I'm telling you, there's someone in there," I said. "I can hear them clearly. I'll check the logs." Papers rustled. "No one's checked into that room since March. It's locked and sealed." The noise stopped abruptly. Silence pressed against my ears. Then came the footsteps, slow, heavy, pacing back and forth. "Listen," I said into the phone. "Can you hear that?" The line was dead. I tried calling back. No dial tone. The phone was completely dead. The footsteps continued, back and forth. 6 steps one way, turn, 6 steps back. Regular as a metronome. I pressed my ear against the wall. The sound came through clearly now, along with something else, a soft humming. Not electrical humming. Someone humming a tune I almost recognized. My hands felt cold. Sweat gathered at the back of my neck. I walked to my door, opened it slowly to minimize the creaking hinges. The outdoor walkway was empty, silent except for the distant hum of highway traffic. Room 214's door looked exactly like all the others. Faded green paint, brass numbers, standard lock. But something about it felt wrong. The air around it seemed thicker, darker. The footsteps were quieter out here, but still audible. Still that same rhythm. 6 steps, turn, 6 steps back. I knocked on the door. The sound echoed oddly, like the door was much thicker than it appeared. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a new sound. Something being dragged toward the door. Heavy, scraping, getting closer. I backed away. My heart pounded against my ribs. The dragging stopped right on the other side of the door. A shadow moved in the gap under the door, not passing by, spreading out like dark water seeping under the threshold. I ran back to my room, slammed the door, locked it, put the chain on. The footsteps resumed next door, but the rhythm was different now, faster, more purposeful, and getting closer to the shared wall. I grabbed my phone. No signal. The screen showed 11:23 p.m. That was impossible. At least 20 minutes had passed. I tried the room phone again, still dead. The footsteps reached the wall, stopped. Something touched the other side of the wall. I felt the vibration through the headboard. Tap, 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 regular, deliberate, like knocking, but softer, more intimate. The temperature in my room dropped. I could see my breath. Tap, tap, tap. The pattern kept going. Same rhythm as the footsteps had been. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3. My phone still showed 11:23 p.m. The tapping stopped. A new sound started. The scrape of something being dragged along the wall, moving from the far corner toward my headboard. I jumped out of bed, stood in the middle of the room. The scraping continued along the wall, slow, steady, getting closer. Then it started on the ceiling, the same dragging sound, moving directly over my head, following the same path the wall sound had taken. I backed into the corner farthest from the noise. My legs shook. My chest felt too tight to breathe. The ceiling sound reached the center of the room and stopped. Dust fell from where the noise had been. Small pieces of plaster followed. Something was pressing down from above. The ceiling bowed slightly, paint cracking around the depression. More dust fell. A crack appeared in the plaster. I ran for the door. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the chain lock. Behind me, the crack grew wider. Plaster crumbled. I finally got the door open and burst out onto the walkway. The night air hit me like a wall. Cold, still, silent. No traffic sounds, no insects, no wind. Room 214's door stood open. I hadn't heard it open, hadn't seen it move. But there it was, swinging gently on its hinges. The room beyond was dark, but not empty dark, full dark. Like the doorway opened into a solid mass of shadow. As I watched, something moved in that darkness. Something tall, something that didn't quite match the shape of a person. It started to step forward. I ran, past the empty office, through the parking lot, onto the highway. I didn't stop running until I reached a truck stop 3 miles away. The clerk called the police for me. They checked room 214. Sealed up tight, they reported. Doors locked, no signs of entry. Rooms completely empty. No furniture, no carpet, just bare concrete. Been like that since March when they started renovations. I didn't go back for my things. Left everything in room 213. The motel sent them to me 2 weeks later. A box arrived at my house containing my suitcase and laptop. Everything was covered in plaster dust. And my phone, which I'd left on the bedside table, still shows 11:23 p.m. The screen won't change. The battery won't die. Sometimes, late at night, I hear it vibrating. When I check, there's always one new photo. The photos show room 214, empty concrete walls, bare floor, and in each one, something stands just a little closer to the camera. The latest photo came last night. Whatever's in room 214 is right up against the lens now. It's looking directly into the camera, and it's wearing my face. The noise woke me up this morning, that familiar scraping sound coming from the room next door. But I live in a single-family house. There is no room next door. Not yet. I first saw him at 8:47 a.m. on a clear Tuesday morning. I remember checking my watch at that exact moment because something about him made me stop walking mid-step. He stood about 50 yards ahead of me on the park's jogging path. Nothing particularly unusual about his appearance. Dark suit, white shirt, black shoes, average height, average build, but he cast no shadow. The morning sun was bright and low, making every tree, bench, and person cast long shadows across the path. Except him. The ground beneath his feet remained bright, unmarked by any darkness. My mouth went dry. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks. When I looked again, he had moved closer, maybe 30 yards away now. I hadn't seen him walk. He was just closer. The lack of shadow became more obvious, more wrong, like a hole in reality. Other joggers and walkers passed between us. Their shadows stretched out normal and dark against the concrete. His absence of shadow seemed to bend the light around him, making him harder to focus on. I took a step backward. He moved forward, though his legs didn't move. The distance between us shrank to 20 yards. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool morning air. I turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction. My shoes made sharp sounds against the path. Behind me I heard nothing. No footsteps, no sound at all from his direction. I looked back. 10 yards away now. Still not moving his legs, still no shadow. I ran. The path curved through the park, past the duck pond, around the playground. My lungs burned. My legs felt heavy. Every time I looked back, he was closer, never moving, just closer. I burst out of the park onto Madison Street. The morning commute was in full swing. Cars honked. People hurried past with coffee cups and briefcases. He stood on the corner, 5 yards away, watching me. I ducked into the crowd, pushing between bodies, ignoring the angry shouts behind me. When I reached the next corner, he was there, 3 yards away. His face looked wrong now. The features seemed to shift and blur when I tried to focus on them. I darted into traffic. Brakes squealed. A taxi driver leaned on his horn. I didn't stop. 2 yards away, on the opposite sidewalk, waiting. I ran into the nearest building, an office tower. The security guard looked up as I sprinted past his desk. "Sir, you need to sign in." I ignored him, hit the elevator button repeatedly, looked back at the glass doors. He stood just outside, 1 yard away. His face was completely smooth now, no features, no eyes. But I knew he was looking at me. The elevator dinged. I jumped inside, pressed the button for the top floor, pressed the door close button. As the doors slid shut, he was there, inside the elevator, arm's length away. I pressed myself against the back wall. My chest felt too tight to breathe. He raised his hand. The fingers were too long, too many joints. The elevator stopped between floors. The lights flickered. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, I stood alone in the elevator. My reflection showed in the polished doors. I looked normal, scared, but normal, except I cast no shadow. The elevator started moving again, down instead of up. The floor numbers lit up in reverse order. 20, 19, 18. My phone showed 8:47 a.m. I checked my watch. 8:47 a.m. The elevator display showed we were passing floor 3, but we'd been descending for much longer than that should take. 2, 1, L. The numbers kept going down. 1, 2, 3. I pressed every button on the panel. Nothing happened. 15, 16, 17. The elevator moved faster. The lights flickered more frequently. 42, 43, 44. My ears popped from the pressure. 97, 98, 99. The display went dark. The elevator stopped. The doors opened on darkness. Pure, absolute darkness that seemed to have weight and substance. He stood in that darkness, waiting. I saw others behind him now, dozens, hundreds, all in similar suits, all without shadows, all with smooth, featureless faces. They turned toward me as one. My reflection vanished from the elevator doors. They reached for me with 2 long fingers. I woke up in the elevator on the ground floor. The doors were open. The security guard stood there looking concerned. "Sir?" Are you all right? You've been in here for hours. My phone showed 8:47 a.m. I walked out of the building on shaking legs. The morning sun was bright. Everyone on the street cast long shadows, except me. I went home, covered all my mirrors, turned on every light. But when I look down, there's still no shadow beneath me. Sometimes I catch glimpses of them, in windows, in puddles, in any reflective surface, standing behind me, watching, waiting. Their numbers grow every day, and every clock I look at shows 8:47 a.m. People have started avoiding me. They cross the street when they see me coming. Their eyes slide past me like I'm not there. Last night my neighbor knocked on my door. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I haven't seen you in days." I was confused. I just talked to her that morning. She looked frightened. "That wasn't me," she said. "I've been out of town for a week." I closed the door, locked it. In the hall mirror, I caught a glimpse of what she'd seen. My face was smooth, featureless, and behind me, they stood waiting. All the clocks still show 8:47 a.m. I don't cast a shadow anymore, and soon, very soon, I'll join them in that elevator going down, past floor 99, into that waiting darkness, where no shadows are needed, because we've become shadows ourselves. The voices started calling my name at 10:13 p.m. I know the exact time because I was checking my phone's GPS, trying to figure out how far we were from the campsite. The signal kept cutting in and out. We'd set up camp in Blackwood State Forest, about 5 miles from the nearest road. Me, Mike, Sarah, and Dave. Just a weekend camping trip. Nothing special. "James," the voice came from the darkness beyond our campfire. Soft, almost a whisper. I looked at the others. "Did you hear that?" They shook their heads, focused on roasting marshmallows. "James," another voice, different pitch, same whispered tone, coming from a different direction. My skin prickled. The fire's warmth didn't reach the sudden cold in my chest. "Someone's out there," I said. Mike shone his flashlight into the trees. The beam cut through darkness, but showed nothing but branches and leaves. "James, come see." A third voice, behind me now. Sarah dropped her marshmallow stick. "I heard that one." "Probably other campers," Dave said, but his voice shook slightly. "Sarah," a new voice called. Her face went pale. "That's not possible. It knows my name." "Michael," another whisper. "David." More voices joined in, different tones, different pitches, all whispering our names. Mike stood up. His flashlight beam jerked from tree to tree. "Hello? Who's out there?" No response, just more whispers, more names. James, Sarah, Michael, David. They came from every direction now, some far away, some so close I could feel the breath on my neck. Sarah grabbed my arm. Her hand was ice cold. "Look," she pointed at the ground around our tent. Footprints appeared in the dirt, one after another, materializing as if invisible feet were walking through our campsite. Not human footprints, too large, too many toes. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sweat froze on my skin despite the fire's heat. "We need to leave," Mike said. "Now." We grabbed our backpacks, left the tent and everything else. The voices followed us down the trail. "Don't go. Stay with us. We're waiting." The footprints continued appearing, circling us, getting closer. Dave's flashlight died first, then Mike's, then Sarah's. My phone showed 10:13 p.m. That was impossible. At least 30 minutes had passed. The moon disappeared behind clouds. The trail ahead vanished in darkness. Something brushed against my shoulder. Cold, rough, like wet leather. Sarah screamed. "They're touching me! Something's touching me!" More footprints appeared in the dirt. Dozens of them, hundreds, all around us. The voices grew louder, no longer whispers. James, Sarah, Michael, David. We ran. Branches whipped our faces, roots caught our feet, but we kept running. The voices chased us, the footprints multiplied. My phone still showed 10:13 p.m. We reached a clearing, stopped to catch our breath. "Where's Dave?" Sarah asked. He was gone. We hadn't heard him leave, hadn't heard him call out. "David belongs to us now." The voice boomed from everywhere at once. "Oh, God!" Mike turned in circles, trying to peer into the darkness. "Dave! Dave!" "Michael!" A whisper right behind him. He spun around. No one there, but his shadow stretched out wrong in the dim moonlight. Too tall, too many limbs. The shadow moved independently of Mike. It reached for him with elongated fingers. Mike vanished. No sound, no movement. Just there 1 second, gone the next. "Michael belongs to us now." Sarah grabbed my hand. Her fingers trembled. "James, we have to." Her words cut off. Her hand went slack in mine. I turned. She stood frozen, eyes wide, mouth open. Her shadow writhed on the ground, rose up behind her like smoke, wrapped around her like dark hands. She disappeared. "Sarah belongs to us now." I ran again. The voices followed, louder, closer. "James, join us. Become us." My phone showed 10:13 p.m. The trail changed with every step. Trees moved, paths appeared and vanished. Nothing looked familiar. The footprints kept appearing, closer together now, almost touching my feet. Something cold brushed my neck. I spun around. Shadows stood in a circle around me, tall, shifting, almost human-shaped. "James!" Dave's voice came from one shadow. "James!" Mike's voice from another. "James!" Sarah's voice from a third, but wrong, distorted, like they were speaking through water. My shadow stretched out before me. It began to move on its own, rise from the ground, reach for me with 2 long fingers. I saw their faces in the darkness. Dave, Mike, Sarah, but changed, twisted, wrong. More faces behind them, dozens, hundreds, all wrong, all smiling with too many teeth. "Join us." The shadows surged forward. Cold hands grabbed me, dragged me down, into darkness. I woke up in the clearing, alone. My phone shows 10:13 p.m. It will always show 10:13 p.m. The Rangers found our campsite 3 days later. Empty tent, abandoned gear, no signs of violence, no footprints except our own leading away into the forest. They're still searching, but they won't find us. We found a new trail, a better trail, and we're always looking for more hikers to join us, always calling out names in the darkness, always leaving footprints that shouldn't exist, always waiting at 10:13 p.m. Come walk with us. We know your name. We're waiting for you on the trail. I found the diary on the 7:15 train to Millbrook. It sat alone on the empty seat across from me. A plain black notebook with worn corners and a frayed spine. No name, no identifying marks. I shouldn't have opened it, should have turned it in to Lost and Found. But something about the way it lay there, perfectly centered on the faded blue fabric, made me reach for it. The first entry was dated yesterday. Woke up late, missed my alarm again, had to rush to catch the 7:15 train, spilled coffee on my white shirt, changed into the blue one I keep in my desk. I was wearing a blue shirt. I had spilled coffee on my white one that morning. My hands started to shake. The diary felt too warm against my palms. The next entry described my lunch, the turkey sandwich I'd eaten, the apple I'd left on my desk, the conversation I'd had with Sarah from accounting about her new cat. Word for word, detail for detail, exactly as it had happened. Sweat gathered on my forehead. I looked around the train car, empty except for an elderly woman 3 rows back, reading a magazine. The next page described my afternoon meeting, the PowerPoint that wouldn't load, the awkward silence while IT fixed it, the questions I'd fumbled answering. My private thoughts during the meeting were there too. My irritation at Mark's interruptions, my worry about the quarterly numbers, things I'd never said aloud. The entries continued, every detail of my day, every thought, every feeling. The final entry ended mid-sentence. On the train home now, reading a diary I found on the empty seat. My hands are shaking. I can feel someone breathing behind. Cold air hit the back of my neck. I turned around. The elderly woman was still 3 rows back, still reading her magazine, no one else in sight. But I felt it, breath on my skin, a presence just behind my shoulder. I slammed the diary shut, shoved it into my briefcase. My phone showed 7:15 p.m. That was impossible. I'd been on the train for at least 30 minutes. The next stop was mine. I grabbed my briefcase and hurried off. The diary was back on the seat when I turned to look, perfectly centered, waiting for the next person. I tried to forget about it, went home, made dinner, watched TV, but when I got ready for bed, I found the diary in my briefcase. New entries had appeared. Made pasta for dinner, overcooked it again. Watched 2 episodes of that new crime show. Couldn't focus. Kept thinking about the diary. My evening. Exactly as it had happened. The final entry read, "Going to bed now, but I'm not alone. Something came home with me. Something that knows every thought, every fear, every secret. It's standing in the corner now, watching, waiting, writing." I looked at the corner of my bedroom. Nothing there, but the shadows seemed deeper, darker, wrong. I threw the diary in the trash, took the bag outside to the dumpster. When I came back, it sat on my pillow. More entries had appeared. Threw away the diary, it came back. They always come back. The others found diaries too, on trains, in cafes, on park benches, all identical, all knowing, all watching. My hands trembled as I turned the page. The diaries are connected. They share our stories, share our thoughts, share our fears, share us. The next page showed tomorrow's date. Woke up screaming, but I wasn't the one screaming. The thing in the corner was. It has my voice now, my thoughts, my face. I slammed the diary shut, threw it in the fireplace, watched it burn. The pages didn't blacken. The fire didn't touch it. It sat there in the flames, pristine, waiting. I ran out of the house, drove to a hotel. The diary was in my suitcase when I unpacked. New entries, more predictions, each one darker than the last, each one ending with that same presence, that same watching thing in the corner, getting closer every time. I'm in the hotel room now, writing this down. The diary sits on the desk, open to today's date. In a hotel room, writing this down. The diary sits on the desk, open to today's date. Every word appears as I think it, every thought transcribed in real time. The presence is here too, closer now. I can see its reflection in the TV screen. It wears my face, but wrong, twisted, hungry. It's reaching for me now. Long fingers, too many joints. The diary's final entry reads, "It has me now, but don't worry. There are more diaries, more trains, more empty seats. You'll find one soon, and when you do, we'll be waiting, reading your thoughts, writing your story, wearing your face." The diary ends here, but I'm still writing, still thinking, still watching. From the corner of your room, turn around, see what the diary made of me, see what it will make of you. We're all stories now, and yours is just beginning. The phone buzzed at 11:42 p.m. Another ride request. I almost declined it. The map showed a pickup point way outside the city limits, near some rural area I'd never been to, but the surge pricing was good, really good. I needed the money. I pressed accept. The GPS estimated 27 minutes to pick up. The customer's name was Carlos. The city lights faded behind me as I drove down the empty highway. Street lamps became scarce. Houses got further apart. The pavement turned rougher. My headlights caught glimpses of dense forest on both sides of the road. The GPS told me to turn right onto a dirt road. No street signs, just a rusty mailbox tilted to one side. The road wasn't maintained. My sedan's suspension creaked over every bump and hole. After 5 minutes on the dirt road, my phone lost signal. The GPS map froze. I slowed down, trying to remember the last turn it showed. The road curved ahead into complete darkness. I stopped the car, called the passenger's number. It rang 3 times. "Hello?" A man's voice, slightly muffled. "Hi, this is your driver. I think I'm close, but I lost GPS signal. Can you guide me?" "You're very close." His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Keep following the road. You'll see a gate. I'm right past it." I drove forward slowly. The road got narrower. Tree branches scraped against the car's sides. After another curve, my headlights hit a metal gate. It was padlocked with a thick chain. I called again. "I found the gate, but it's locked. Should I turn around?" No, park there. I'm just a short walk away. Follow the path on foot." Something felt wrong, but I'd driven all this way, and the fare was still running. How far exactly? 5 minutes, maybe less. There's a clear path. I got out. The car's headlights illuminated the first few yards of a narrow trail heading into the forest. The rest was pitch black. I turned on my phone's flashlight. The path was surprisingly well defined. Recent tire tracks cut through the mud. Someone had driven through here, but how? The gate was definitely locked. My shoes sank slightly into the wet ground with each step. The forest was dense on both sides. No moonlight made it through the canopy, just the narrow beam of my phone light showing the way forward. 3 minutes in, something white caught my eye. A phone, just lying there in the mud. The screen was cracked but still worked. It showed an open messaging app. I picked it up. The most recent message was from 30 minutes ago. "He's coming. Everything ready?" The reply, "Yes, gates locked, path clear." Another message, "Remember, no mistakes this time." My hands started shaking. The phone slipped and fell back into the mud. I took 3 steps backward, then turned and ran. Branches whipped against my face. I stumbled twice but kept running. The path seemed longer going back. My breath came in short gasps. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. Finally, I saw my car's headlights through the trees. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, picked them up with trembling fingers. I got in and locked all doors, started the engine. That's when I noticed it. The back seat was wet. Dark patches spread across the fabric, like someone had been sitting there, soaking wet. I felt it then, a cold presence, heavy, like the air itself had gotten denser behind me. The rearview mirror showed an empty back seat, but I could feel it. Someone, something, was there. My foot hit the gas. The car shot backward, tires spinning in the mud. I cranked the wheel, turning around in a wild 3-point turn that left deep tracks in the dirt. The engine roared as I sped down the dark road. Tree branches scratched the paint. I didn't care, just had to get away. The presence stayed, growing colder, heavier. My teeth started chattering. The temperature display showed 72 degrees, but I was freezing. I reached the highway after what felt like hours. Streetlights appeared. Houses, other cars. The cold presence faded gradually, like ice melting. By the time I got home, the back seat was dry. No trace of water, no mud, nothing to prove what happened. I checked my phone. The ride was still active. The fare had reached 157.89. I ended it, gave the passenger 1 star, added a note, customer no-show. The next morning I drove back. Daylight made everything look different. Normal. I found the dirt road, the gate. The padlock was gone. The chain lay rusted on the ground like it had been there for years. I walked the path again. No tire tracks, no phone in the mud, just an overgrown trail that clearly hadn't been used in a long time. Back in my car, I checked the ride history. The trip from last night wasn't there, like it never happened, but the back seat still smells damp, and sometimes, late at night, I feel that cold presence again, waiting. I don't drive that late anymore. I turned off night mode in the app, declined all rides outside city limits. Yesterday, I got a request from a user named Carlos. Pickup location, same dirt road. I deleted the app, but I know it's not over. They'll find another driver, another car, another dark night. And somewhere past that gate, they're still waiting. I've thought about reporting it, to the police, to the rideshare company. But what would I say? That I felt something cold in my back seat? That I found a phone that disappeared? That a gate's padlock vanished overnight? So I keep quiet, drive my morning shifts, try to forget. But every time my phone buzzes after sunset, my heart stops for a second. Every time I check my rearview mirror, I expect to see wet marks spreading across the back seat. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the car, I think I hear a voice, muffled, calm, too calm. "You're very close," it says. "Keep driving." I've started taking the bus. The car sits in my garage now. I covered the back seat with plastic, changed the air freshener twice, but that damp smell won't go away. Last week, I listed the car for sale. 3 potential buyers came to see it. All of them asked about the back seat. "What's that smell?" they said. "Like wet clothes left too long." I lowered the price. Still no takers. This morning, I found mud on the floor mats. Fresh mud. The kind that sticks to your shoes when you walk through a forest at night. I checked the odometer. 50 new miles since yesterday. But I haven't driven the car in weeks. The gas tank was half empty. The radio was set to a station I never listened to. Just static and occasional whispers. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know. Need someone to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing next. Tonight, I'm going back. To the gate, to the path, to whatever waits in the darkness beyond. I'll drive my car one last time, follow that dirt road until the GPS loses signal, park by the gate. But this time, I won't run away. This time, I'll walk that path until I find what's waiting, until I understand why they chose me, why my car, why that night. Maybe I won't come back. Maybe you'll find this story and my car parked by a gate that shouldn't be there, on a road that doesn't exist on any map. If you do, don't follow the path. Don't pick up the phone if you find one in the mud. Don't look in your rearview mirror if you feel something cold in your back seat. Just drive away. Delete the app. Take the bus. And if you ever get a ride request from Carlos for a pickup point outside the city limits, let it buzz. Let it ring. Don't answer. They're still waiting. And next time, they might not let you run away. End of report. Time, 12:47 a.m. Location, my garage, where my car sits with fresh mud on the floor mats and that damn damp smell that won't go away. If you're reading this, I've already gone back to the gate. Don't try to find me. Just remember, some rides should stay declined. Some paths should stay untaken. Some passengers should stay waiting forever. Found the rental listing online. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, isolated location, reasonable price, perfect for finishing my novel. The photos showed a white farmhouse surrounded by empty fields. All the windows were shut with dark curtains drawn. The listing said, "Quiet atmosphere guaranteed." I signed the lease without seeing it in person. Big mistake. The real estate agent met me there on a Tuesday morning. She handed over the keys quickly, too quickly. Her smile was stiff. "One thing," she said, hand on her car door. "The windows, they're painted over on the inside. Previous tenant's choice. We can have someone come remove the paint if you want." "I'll do it myself," I said. "Might help me procrastinate on the writing." She nodded, already getting into her car. "Call if you need anything. Signal's spotty out here, but it works near the kitchen window." The gravel crunched under her tires as she drove away, fast. I stood there with my 2 suitcases and laptop bag. The house loomed against the gray sky, all windows dark, like blind eyes. The key stuck in the front door lock, had to jiggle it. Inside, the air smelled stale, dusty. No one had lived here for months, maybe years. I did a walk-through. Kitchen, living room, study downstairs, 3 bedrooms upstairs. Furniture was basic but clean. Previous tenant left some things. A coffee maker, some plates, a desk lamp. The windows bothered me. Every single one painted black on the inside of the glass. Thick paint. Couldn't see anything through them. I unpacked in the master bedroom, set up my laptop in the study, tried to ignore the darkness. The house felt sealed, like a tomb. At sunset, I decided to tackle one window, just to let in some light. I chose the kitchen window, found some paint scraper tools in a drawer. The paint was thick, stuck hard to the glass. I scraped for 20 minutes and cleared a spot the size of my palm. That's when I saw it. Letters scratched into the glass underneath the paint. "Help me. Sarah, 1998. My hand shook. The scraper clinked against the window. I kept going. Another message appeared. "They only come at night." David, 2003. More scratches, more names, more dates, going back decades. I moved to the living room windows. Same thing. Messages under black paint, some short, some long, all asking for help. "Get out while you can." Maria, 2010, "Don't sleep here." James, 1992, "They're in the walls." Thomas, 2015. My phone buzzed. No signal. The kitchen window. Right. I walked there, held up my phone. 1 bar. Called the agent. Straight to voicemail. Night fell. The house got darker, colder. I turned on every light. The messages felt like eyes watching me. I had to know more. Went upstairs with the scraper. The window in my bedroom was different. The paint looked fresher. I scraped. My arms ached. Black paint fell in curls onto the floor. A message emerged. My blood went cold. It was my handwriting, exactly my handwriting. But I hadn't written it. "They have me now." Anna, 2025. My name, next year's date. I ran downstairs, grabbed my phone, still no signal, rushed to the kitchen window. The small spot I'd scraped clean was painted over again, black and fresh, still wet. Something moved in the walls, a scratching sound, like fingernails on wood. I grabbed my laptop bag, left everything else. The front door wouldn't open. The key wouldn't turn. Upstairs, something dragged across the floor. Heavy footsteps, the kitchen window, had to break it. I grabbed a chair, the lights went out. In the darkness, I heard breathing, not mine. My phone lit up. One message. "Welcome home, Anna. We've been waiting for you." The scratching in the walls got louder, closer. I swung the chair at the window. It bounced off. The glass didn't break. The paint on all the windows started running. dripping black tears. New messages appeared, scratching themselves into the glass. I'm writing this on my laptop in the dark. The battery is at 15%. The scratching is everywhere now. The walls pulse like they're breathing. I can hear footsteps coming down the stairs, slow, deliberate. If you find this, don't rent the house with the painted windows. Don't try to scrape away the paint. The messages are warnings. The dates are death dates. Mine is coming soon. The footsteps are at the study door. I hear scraping on the glass. New messages being carved. My laptop is dying. They're here. End of document found on an abandoned laptop in a house outside of town. The windows are painted black on the inside. Local records show no house at this address. Real estate listings show no such property. The laptop's owner, Anna Mitchell, was reported missing in January 2024. Her family received a message from her phone. "Don't look for me. I'm home now." The house remains empty. Sometimes people driving by at night say they see fresh messages appearing on the windows. The paint never comes off, and every year a new name appears with a future date, always 1 year ahead, always in their own handwriting. The real estate listing is still active. The price drops every month. Quiet atmosphere guaranteed. The windows remain closed, waiting for the next tenant, waiting for the next name, waiting for you. I should have asked about the windows before I signed the lease. Should have wondered why the price was so low. Should have noticed how the agent couldn't leave fast enough. Should have read the messages before unpacking. Should have run when I saw my name. But it's too late now. They've found me. And soon they'll find someone else. Another writer looking for quiet. Another name on the windows. Another date in the future. The house is patient. The windows keep their secrets until you try to look outside, until you try to escape, until you become another message scratched in glass, another warning no one will heed. Final entry found, scratched into the study desk. The windows aren't painted to keep light out. They're painted to keep us in. Don't scrape the paint. Don't read the messages. Don't sign the lease. Anna, 2025. Battery at 1%. They're opening the door. The scratching has stopped. The glass is clear now. I can see my reflection. I can see them behind me. I can see next year's date. I can see... Document ends. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. Night routes, day routes, cross-country hauls. I know every major highway and most of the back roads. But what happened last Tuesday on Route 43 doesn't make sense. I've tried to explain it to myself 100 times. Can't. It started at 3:15 a.m. Clear night, quarter moon, light traffic. I was hauling electronics to Cincinnati, running ahead of schedule. I first noticed the car in my side mirror around Miller's Junction. A dark sedan, maybe a Ford. Headlights on bright, following at a steady distance. Not unusual to have company on night routes. But something felt wrong. The road was empty except for us. The car maintained exactly the same distance behind me, not passing, not falling back, just following. After 20 minutes, I checked my logbook. The car was still there, same distance, same speed. I switched lanes. The car switched lanes. I slowed down. The car slowed down. I sped up. The car sped up. My neck muscles tightened. Sweat formed on my palms. Around 4 a.m. I saw the lights of Jim's truck stop ahead. I signaled right, pulled into the lot. The car drove past, disappearing around the bend. The lot was empty except for 2 parked trucks, dark inside the store. Sign said, "Closed for maintenance." I stepped out to stretch. The air felt cold, too cold for September. Something white caught my eye, a piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. The paper was blank printer paper, folded once. Inside, black ink, handwritten message, "Turn back now." My hands started shaking. I looked around the empty lot. No movement, no sounds except the distant hum of the highway. Back in the cab, I radioed dispatch. Static. Checked my phone. No signal. I pulled out of the lot. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No sign of the sedan. 10 minutes later, another truck stop appeared. I remembered passing it earlier. Same empty lot, same closed for maintenance sign. Impossible. I hadn't turned around. I kept driving. The moon hung in the same position. The clock on my dashboard showed 4:03 a.m. It had been 4:03 a.m. for the last 20 minutes. In the side mirror, headlights appeared. The sedan, same distance as before. I pressed the accelerator. The engine roared. Scenery blurred past. Another truck stop. Same lot. Same sign. The clock still showed 4:03 a.m. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat soaked my shirt. I grabbed the radio. "This is truck 247, heading east on Route 43. Anyone copy?" Static. Then a voice, distorted but clear. "Turn back now." The sedan's headlights filled my mirrors. Another truck stop appeared. But this time, something was different. In the lot, I saw my truck, my exact truck, parked and empty. I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded to a stop. The parked truck was mine. Same company logo, same license plate, same dent in the front bumper from that loading dock in Cleveland. I pulled into the lot, parked next to myself. The other truck was cold, engine off, driver's door unlocked. Inside, my logbook, open to today's date. Last entry, 4:03 a.m. My phone buzzed, signal back. One new message from an unknown number. "You should have turned back." The sedan pulled into the lot, headlights off. Driver's door opened. A figure stepped out. I saw my own face, but wrong, distorted, smiling too wide. I ran, got back in my truck, started the engine. The figure walked toward me, still smiling, getting closer. I reversed, tires screaming, shot out of the lot. In the mirror, the other truck, my truck, started moving. No driver inside. The sedan followed. The other truck followed. 3 vehicles now, all moving in perfect sync. Another truck stop appeared ahead. In the lot, another copy of my truck, and another, each one empty, each one starting up as I passed. The convoy grew, a line of identical trucks, a parade of copies. My fuel gauge dropped to empty, impossible. I'd filled up before the route. One more truck stop ahead, last chance. I pulled in, parked. In every spot my truck, dozens of them, all empty. The sedan parked next to me. The other figure stepped out, not smiling now. It spoke with my voice. "I told you to turn back." The other trucks surrounded us, a perfect circle, all engines running, all doors open, all waiting. I'm still here, at the truck stop that doesn't exist, on a highway that loops forever. Sometimes I walk between the trucks, count them. The number changes every time. Sometimes I see other drivers pull in. I try to warn them. They never listen. They join the circle. Their trucks multiply. The sedan watches. The clock shows 4:03 a.m. It's always 4:03 a.m. If you're driving Route 43 at night, watch your mirrors. If a sedan follows you, don't stop. If you see a truck stop, drive past. If you find a note on your windshield, don't read it. If you see your own vehicle parked and empty, keep driving. Don't look back. Don't check the time. Don't join the circle. Just turn back when you can, while you still can, before 4:03 a.m. lasts forever, before the sedan finds you, before you become another empty truck in an endless lot, before you become me. Found written in a logbook abandoned at a truck stop on Route 43. The stop doesn't appear on any maps. Drivers report seeing a line of identical trucks parked there at night, all empty, all running. The sedan still follows. The clock still shows 4:03 a.m. The circle grows larger, and somewhere on Route 43, a trucker is always turning back, always too late. End of report. Time, unknown. Location, truck stop, 247, Route 43. Or maybe it's NUG 248 now, or NUG 249. I've lost count. They all look the same at 4:03 a.m. The house stood at the end of Maple Street, 2 stories. White paint peeling at the corners. Good price. Too good. We should have asked why. Sarah and I moved in on a Tuesday. The neighbors watched from their porches. They smiled and waved, didn't come over to help, didn't bring welcome baskets, just watched. The first night we heard the footsteps upstairs, heavy, deliberate, moving from the spare bedroom to the master bath, then back. Old houses make noise, Sarah said. She pulled the blanket tighter. I went upstairs to check. Empty rooms, no footprints in the dust, but the bathroom mirror had fogged up, like someone had taken a hot shower. We bought new locks, changed the security code, set up cameras in the hallways. The second night passed quietly. Too quietly. The kind of quiet that feels like holding your breath. On the third morning, Mr. Peterson from next door came to our fence. 80 years old. Lived there his whole life. His hands shook as he spoke. Don't answer if someone knocks on your bedroom window at night. Sarah laughed. We're on the second floor. Mr. Peterson didn't smile. Just don't answer. Don't look. Don't let them see you seeing them. He walked away before we could ask more. That night, the knocking started at 2:17 a.m. 3 soft taps on our bedroom window. Sarah grabbed my arm. Her nails dug into my skin. The window faced the backyard. No trees nearby. No way for anyone to reach it. 3 more taps. Gentle, almost polite. Don't, Sarah whispered. I got up anyway, crossed the room, drew back the curtain. A face pressed against the glass. My face, but wrong. The eyes too wide, the smile too sharp. It waved with my hand, spoke with my voice. Let me in? I stumbled back, fell, crawled to the bed. Sarah screamed. The face turned to her, changed, became her face, her smile, her eyes. Please, it's cold out here. We ran downstairs, locked ourselves in the bathroom, called 911. The police found nothing. No footprints in the flower bed below our window. No marks on the glass. Probably kids, they said, playing pranks. But Mr. Peterson knew better. We saw him watching from his window, shaking his head. The next day, more neighbors came to warn us. Each one had a story. Mrs. Chen from across the street. My husband answered 10 years ago. The thing wearing his face still visits me, still asks to come in. The Johnsons from number 23. Our daughter made the mistake of smiling back. Now we keep her room locked. The thing inside isn't her anymore. Mr. Peterson again. My wife, 1973. She thought it was me outside. Opened the window. I lost her. The thing that came back. I had to move to the guest room. We put bars on the windows. Installed motion lights. Bought a dog. The dog wouldn't go upstairs. The cameras showed nothing. Just static when the knocking started. Every night. 2:17 a.m. 3 taps. The faces got better, more precise. They knew things, used memories. My face reminded Sarah of our first date. Her face hummed the song from our wedding. Some nights we saw other faces, previous owners, future owners, our children who hadn't been born yet, each one asking, each one smiling. Let us in? Sarah started sleeping downstairs. The couch was safer, no windows nearby. I stayed upstairs, watched the faces, learned their patterns. They always started with my face, then Sarah's, then the others. Always 3 taps, always 2:17 a.m. always asking, never demanding, until last night. The tapping was different, harder, angry. The face was mine again, but older, decades older. You can't keep us out forever. Other faces appeared behind it, dozens, hundreds, all mine, all Sarah's, all waiting. We've been patient. We've asked nicely. Now we're coming in anyway. The glass cracked. Sarah heard me scream, found me on the floor, blood on my hands from touching the window. The glass was whole again, but on the inside, frost patterns spelled words. See you tomorrow, all of you, every version, every possibility, every face you'll ever wear. We're leaving today. Boxes packed, moving truck waiting. Mr. Peterson watches from his porch. His face changes when he thinks we're not looking. Mrs. Chen waves goodbye with too many fingers. The Johnsons' daughter smiles with too many teeth. In the rearview mirror, our faces watch us drive away, but we're still inside the car, still smiling, still waving, still asking to be let in. The new owners arrive next week, a young couple, like we were. They'll hear the footsteps, they'll see the faces, they'll learn not to answer at 2:17 a.m., but eventually they'll look. They always look, and the faces will be waiting, smiling, asking. Report from local police department, dated next month. New owners report no disturbances. Property appears normal. Note, couple bears striking resemblance to previous owners. Update. Neighbors claim these are not the new owners. Final update. House is empty. No record of recent sale. All windows face inward now. Recommend no further investigation. End of statement. Time, 2:16 a.m. Location, moving truck, 5 states away. 1 minute until the knocking starts. 1 minute until we see our faces again. 1 minute until, knock, knock, knock. They found us. They're wearing our faces. They're already inside. They always were. And somewhere, in a house at the end of Maple Street, a window waits. 2:17 a.m. comes every night. The faces gather. The glass remembers. And someone new is always looking out, or maybe in. It's hard to tell anymore. The reflections never lie, but the faces do. Don't answer the knocking. Don't look at the window. Don't trust your own face. And if you hear 3 taps at 2:17 a.m., remember, that's not you out there. Not yet. Trail marker should have been here. Mike and I had passed 3 blue blazes in the last hour. The 4th one, marking the turn back to the parking lot, wasn't where it should be. We must have missed it, Mike said. He pulled out his phone. No signal. The sun hung low behind the trees. 2 hours of daylight left, maybe less under the thick canopy. We'd started the hike at 10 a.m. Easy trail, the ranger said. 4 hours round trip. Now our watches showed 4:30 p.m., and nothing looked familiar. The first whisper came from the east, soft, almost inaudible. Mike. Mike stopped checking his phone. Did you say something? No. My voice cracked. I heard it too. Another whisper from the west this time. My name. David. The voices sounded like us, exactly like us. Mike grabbed my arm. We need to move. We picked a direction and walked fast. Our boots crunched dead leaves. Branches snapped under our feet. The whispers followed, growing closer, coming from all sides now. Mike, David, this way. Each call used our voices. Perfect mimicry, different tones, sometimes urgent, sometimes playful, sometimes scared. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat soaked my shirt despite the cool air. We tried another direction. The forest looked the same everywhere. Endless trees, no markers, no path. The sun sank lower. Mike, help me. David, I'm hurt. Our own voices, crying out in pain, begging for help. Mike pulled his backpack tighter. Don't listen. Don't respond. We found a small clearing, stopped to check our water. One bottle left between us. The whispers circled the clearing. Dozens of voices now, all ours, all calling. We should hide, I said. Mike nodded. We crouched behind a fallen tree. The rotting wood felt soft under my hands. Darkness crept in. The voices got closer. Something moved in the underbrush. Quick, silent, just a shadow. Another movement behind us, then another. We couldn't see them, but they were there, watching, waiting. Mike, over here. David, found the trail, each voice trying to lead us in a different direction. My backpack felt heavier. Something inside shifted. Mike unzipped his pack. His hands shook. Whispers came from our backpacks now, muffled, urgent. Let us out. We dropped the packs. They hit the ground with dull thuds. Something inside them moved. The forest went silent. Then a new sound. Zippers opening slowly, by themselves. We ran. Branches whipped our faces. Thorns tore our clothes. We crashed through the undergrowth blind. The voices followed, louder now, angry. Stop running. You'll only make it worse. We just want to talk. My lungs burned. Legs trembled. But we kept running. Until we hit the cliff. A 20-foot drop into darkness. No way around. The voices surrounded us, coming closer. Shadows moved between the trees, shapes almost human. Mike's flashlight beam caught one for a second. It wore my face, but wrong, twisted, the mouth too wide, eyes completely black. Another one looked like Mike, but its neck bent at an impossible angle. They stepped into the clearing, dozens of them, all wearing our faces, all speaking with our voices. Found you. Our abandoned backpacks appeared at their feet, open and empty. More shapes crawled out of the packs, folding and unfolding like paper dolls, taking our forms. My legs went numb. Mike grabbed a branch for defense. They stopped 5 feet away, a circle of wrong faces, wrong bodies. Your turn, they whispered together. One stepped forward, reached out with 2 long fingers. A light swept the clearing. A real voice called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" The ranger, flashlight beam cutting through trees. The shapes melted into shadows. Voices faded to whispers. Then silence. The ranger found us shaking by the cliff edge. "You're half a mile off trail," she said. "Lucky I heard you shouting." "We weren't shouting," Mike said. The ranger's face changed, just for a second. Her smile stretched too wide. When she spoke again, it was with my voice. "Let's get you back to the trail." We followed her flashlight beam. What choice did we have? Our backpacks waited at the trailhead, zipped closed, full of our gear. The ranger's truck was empty, no radio, no badge number. She drove us to the parking lot, still wearing that wrong smile. Our car started on the first try. We drove away fast. In the rearview mirror, the ranger waved with a hand that bent backward at the wrist. The whispers followed us home. They live in our backpacks now. We hear them at night, calling our names, using our voices, wearing our faces, waiting to finish what started in the forest. Sometimes I see shadows wearing my face, in windows, in mirrors, in photographs that change when no one's looking. Mike moved away, changed his phone number, but his voice still calls me at night, asking me to come back to the trail, to find the real way home, to join the others. The ranger station has no record of a search that day. The trail doesn't appear on newer maps. But if you hike in those woods, you might hear whispers, voices calling your name, using your voice, leading you off the path, into their clearing, where they wait with borrowed faces and empty backpacks, ready to welcome you, ready to add your voice to their chorus, ready to wear your face. Don't answer if you hear them. Don't look if they call your name. Don't open your backpack if the whispers start inside. Just run. Run until you can't hear them anymore. Run until you can't hear yourself calling your own name. Run until you're sure the face in the mirror is really yours. And never go back to those woods. They're still waiting there, still wearing our faces, still using our voices, still calling new hikers off the trail into their endless forest, where every voice is an echo and every face is a mask, and every path leads to their clearing, where they're always ready to welcome you home. The apartment was 180 square feet. One room. Bathroom so small you had to step into the shower to close the door. Rent was $400 below market rate. I signed the lease immediately. My first night there, I woke up to the sound of running water in the kitchen sink. The faucet was off when I checked. The pipes groaned for a few more seconds, then went quiet. I blamed old plumbing and went back to sleep. The next morning, my coffee mug sat in a different spot on the counter. I was sure I'd left it by the sink. Now it was next to the microwave. Little things kept moving. Keys, phone charger, shoes. Never far from where I'd placed them. Just shifted, like someone had picked them up and set them down a few inches away. I bought a security camera. Basic model, motion detection, night vision. Set it up facing the main room. The first night's footage showed nothing unusual, just me sleeping, the room empty. But at 3:17 a.m. my laptop moved, slid 2 inches to the left, by itself. I replayed that segment 20 times. No strings, no tricks. The laptop just moved. I set up 2 more cameras, different angles, better resolution. That night I heard cabinets opening and closing, soft footsteps on the floor. The footage showed more objects moving, books rearranging themselves on the shelf, the TV remote floating from the coffee table to the windowsill. My hands shook as I watched. My chest felt tight. Cold sweat ran down my back. The next day, I came home to find all my furniture rearranged. Everything pushed to one side of the room. A clear space left in the corner, big enough for a bed. On my bathroom mirror, words appeared in the steam after my shower. Thank you for sharing the space. I ran to the camera footage, played it back. The furniture moved on its own, sliding across the floor, piece by piece, making room. That night I heard breathing, not mine, close to my bed. The temperature dropped. Cold spots moved around the room. I felt something sit on the edge of my mattress. The springs creaked, the blanket dented, but the cameras showed an empty room. In the morning, my coffee was already made, steam rising from my favorite mug. The bathroom mirror fogged up despite no shower running. New words appeared. Hope you don't mind. Made enough for 2. I started sleeping at friends' places, came back only to grab clothes, but every time I returned, more had changed. My books were arranged by color instead of author. My plants moved to catch better light. My bed was made with hospital corners I never learned to fold. The security cameras kept recording, kept showing things moving on their own. Then they showed something else, indents in the couch cushions, like someone sitting, ripples in the bathwater when the tub was full, doors opening for nothing, the microwave running at midnight, the smell of popcorn filling the empty room. Last week, I came home late, heard music playing softly, old jazz, the record player I never used. In the bathroom mirror, sorry, hope it's not too loud, your collection is excellent. I started talking to the empty room. What else could I do? Who are you? No answer, but the music changed to something slower. What do you want? The mirror fogged up. Just a place to stay, like you. Why here? Rent is reasonable, location is good, and you seem nice. I laughed. Actually laughed. The next morning, my furniture had moved again. All the pieces paired now. 2 chairs at the table, 2 spots on the couch, 2 pillows on the bed. The cameras showed it happening. Gentle movements, careful arrangements. The mirror message read, "Hope you like the new layout. More efficient this way." I stayed home that night, sat in one of the chairs. The temperature dropped in the spot across from me. We watched TV together. I felt the couch cushions sink beside me. During commercials, my phone moved. Opened to the Notes app. Words typed themselves. This show's writing has really gone downhill this season. I agreed. We watched 3 more episodes. That was 2 weeks ago. Now we have a routine. Coffee ready when I wake up. 1 mug by the sink, 1 floating to the table. Furniture that rearranges itself when we need more space. Books that float from the shelf when my invisible roommate wants to read. The cameras still record everything. I watch the footage sometimes. Items moving by themselves, doors opening for nobody, indents on the couch, and sometimes, in certain angles, a faint shimmer in the air, like heat waves, the shape of someone sitting, walking, living. The mirror fogs up every morning now. Good morning, roommate. Last night I came home to find a new bed in the corner space, made up neatly, matching my sheets. The mirror message read, "Hope you don't mind. Found it on sale." We split the rent now. Cash appears on the counter every month. The lease is up next week. The landlord sent a renewal notice. This morning's mirror message, "Another year? The location really is perfect." I signed the papers, 2 copies. 1 disappeared into thin air. The cameras caught it floating away. Tonight, we're watching movies. I bought popcorn, 2 bowls on the coffee table. 1 empties itself slowly. The temperature drops on the couch beside me. The mirror fogs up sometimes, showing new messages. Pass the salt. Your turn to do dishes. Left you the last slice of pizza. Normal roommate stuff, except one of us isn't there, or maybe we both are. The cameras keep recording. The furniture keeps moving. The space feels full. And somehow, 180 square feet feels just right for 2. Even if I can only see one of us. The rent is still below market rate. The location is still perfect. And my invisible roommate always makes great coffee. Could be worse. At least they're quiet, most of the time. Security footage continues to record daily. Objects move on their own. Temperature drops in occupied spaces. Mirror messages appear every morning. Apartment status, fully rented. Occupancy, 2, even if you can only see 1. End of report. Time to make coffee. 2 mugs, as always. 1 visible, 1 not, but both always empty by morning. Highway 16 stretched empty in front of me. No cars visible in either direction. The dashboard clock showed 2:47 a.m. 3 more hours until I reached Mom's house. My phone rang. The screen displayed my own number. I let it go to voicemail. Wrong numbers happen, even weird ones. It rang again. Same number. My number. My heart started beating faster. The empty highway suddenly felt too dark, too quiet. I hit decline. The phone rang immediately. My number again. My hands got sweaty on the steering wheel. I pulled over onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the tires. The ringing stopped. 1 new voicemail. My fingers trembled as I pressed play. Static filled the car. Then a voice. My voice. "Turn around now. You're going the wrong way." The message ended. Cold sweat ran down my back. I deleted the voicemail. The phone rang again. I answered. "Hello?" My own voice replied. Exactly my voice. Listen carefully. Turn the car around. You're driving towards something bad. Who is this? You know who this is. I'm you. 20 minutes from now. Turn around while you can. I hung up. The phone rang again. Stop calling. Please. My voice sounded desperate now. Just look ahead. You'll see it soon. The accident. Turn around. There is no accident. The road is empty. Not yet, but in 17 minutes. I ended the call, turned off my phone. The silence felt heavy. The darkness pressed against the windows. I pulled back onto the highway, pushed the speed limit. 16 minutes passed. Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, coming up fast. My phone turned itself on, rang again. Last chance. My voice, crying now. Please turn around. Ahead, something reflected my headlights. A car, overturned in the ditch. My car. I slammed the brakes, skidded onto the shoulder. The headlights behind me got closer. In the overturned car, a figure, slumped over, phone in hand, blood on the window. Me. The phone rang one final time. The other car swerved, metal screamed, glass shattered. I opened my eyes in the wreck. Pain everywhere. My phone lay on the roof, still calling my number. I picked it up with bloody fingers, dialed my own number. 20 minutes in the past, my phone started ringing. I heard my past self answer. Hello? Listen carefully, I said. Turn the car around. You're driving towards something bad. But I knew she wouldn't listen. I know because I didn't. Now I sit in this twisted metal cage, calling myself, warning myself. The same conversation, over and over, the same crash, the same pain. Every time I think it's the last loop, that this time I'll convince myself to turn around. But I never do. The phone keeps ringing. I keep answering. I keep crashing. And somewhere on Highway 16, I'm always driving toward this moment, always ignoring my own warnings, always ending up here, in this wreck, with this phone, dialing my number again. The clock on my cracked phone shows 2:47 a.m. It's always 2:47 a.m. I'll always be here, calling myself, warning myself, failing myself, over and over and over, until someone finally listens, until someone finally turns around. But no one ever does, because I never did. Police report, Highway 16, time of incident, 3:07 a.m. Single vehicle accident, driver found deceased, phone in hand. Last call placed to self-call, connected at time of impact. No other vehicles involved, investigation ongoing. But that's not true. I'm still here, still calling, still trying to change it. The phone rings again in the past. I hear myself answer, hello? Turn around now, you're going the wrong way. But I know what happens next. I always know, because I'm always here, always calling, always crashing, always at 2:47 a.m. on this endless stretch of Highway 16, where I'm both the caller and the called, both the warner and the warned, both alive and dead, both past and future, both driving and crashed, until someone finally listens, until someone finally turns around, until someone breaks the loop. But they won't, because I didn't, because I never do. The phone is ringing again. Time to make another call. Time to try again. Time to fail again. At 2:47 a.m. on Highway 16, where I'm always driving, always crashing, always calling, always dying, always trying to save myself, and always, always failing. Another ring, another warning, another crash, forever. End of report. Time, 2:47 a.m. Location, Highway 16. Status, calling again, and again, and again. Call connected. Hello? Turn around now, you're going the wrong way. But I know you won't listen, because I never did, and the phone keeps ringing. At 2:47 a.m. forever. I pulled into the quick stop at 3:42 a.m. The fluorescent open sign buzzed against the dark. My gas gauge showed empty, 50 miles to the next town. The parking lot had 3 cars, all empty. No customers inside that I could see through the windows. The automatic doors slid open. Cold air rushed out. The store smelled like cleaning supplies and old coffee. No cashier at the front. Just the quiet hum of refrigerators and the flicker of fluorescent lights. I walked to the drink aisle. The shelves looked deeper than they should be. The back wall seemed too far away. My footsteps echoed. Each aisle stretched longer than the last. Products repeated themselves, the same candy bars, same chips, same sodas, over and over. I grabbed a Red Bull, turned around to head to the register. The front of the store had disappeared. Just more aisles, more shelves, more products with faded labels. My heart started pounding. Sweat formed on my palms despite the cold air. I walked faster. Each aisle looked identical. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. No windows anymore. No doors. No signs pointing to exits. The store just kept going. I checked my phone. No signal. The time showed 3:42 a.m. It had been 3:42 a.m. for 20 minutes. Running now, past endless shelves, past repeating products, past empty refrigerator cases that hummed too loudly. The lights flickered. Darkness crept in from the edges. I heard footsteps, not mine, coming from somewhere ahead. "Hello?" My voice bounced back wrong, too deep, too slow. The footsteps stopped. A cart squeaked somewhere to my left. Metal wheels on linoleum. I turned down another aisle. The shelves were empty now. Dust covered the price tags. The lights dimmed. The hum of refrigerators grew deeper, like breathing. More footsteps. Behind me now, the shuffle of many feet. I ran. The aisles got narrower, the ceiling lower, the air thicker. Products reappeared on the shelves, ancient packages, labels in languages I didn't recognize. The expiration dates went back decades, centuries. A voice crackled over the intercom, static and whispers. "Clean up on aisle, everywhere. Customer needs assistance with existing." The lights flickered faster. The hum turned to a growl. I saw movement at the end of an aisle, a figure in a red vest, store uniform. It turned. No face, just smooth skin where features should be. More figures appeared, all in red vests, all faceless. They pushed carts, stocked shelves, moved like stop-motion puppets. The intercom crackled again. "Would the customer in temporal loop 47 please proceed to the nearest existential exit? Your reality is about to expire." I ran faster. The figures followed, their footsteps synchronized, their movements jerky. The aisles began to curve, to spiral, drawing me toward something. The center of the store. A single lit aisle appeared ahead, clean, new, normal. An exit sign glowed at the end. I sprinted toward it. The faceless employees watched from every intersection. The exit got closer. Real daylight spilled through the glass doors. I burst through them into an empty city. The street stretched silent in both directions. No cars, no people, no movement. Buildings stood dark and hollow. Traffic lights blinked yellow forever. And across the street, another quick stop. Lights on, open sign buzzing. I looked back. The store I'd left had vanished. Just another quick stop behind me. Identical stores lined both sides of the street, stretching to the horizon, all open, all humming, all waiting. My phone still showed 3:42 a.m. It's always 3:42 a.m. now. I've tried every store, every door, every aisle. They're all connected, all the same store, folded through space and time. The faceless employees still stock the shelves, still push their carts, still watch me with their smooth, blank faces. Sometimes I hear other customers, running, searching, never finding. The intercom still crackles. Clean up in aisle infinity. Price check on human consciousness. Would all customers please proceed to their designated temporal loops? I've stopped running, stopped searching. I work here now. They gave me a red vest. My face is starting to smooth over. But I still remember, still hope, still wait by the doors for new customers, still watch them realize, still hear them run, still help them accept. The store is all there is. The store is all there ever was. The store never closes, and we never leave. Security camera log, time, 3:42 a.m. Date, error, location, all status, loop active customer count, employee count, store, status, open time, until close, never. If you see a quick stop at 3:42 a.m., keep driving. The gas gauge doesn't matter. The empty tank doesn't matter. Nothing matters except staying away. Because once those doors open, once you step inside, once the aisles start stretching, you're already an employee. You just don't know it yet, and your vest is waiting, and your face is already smoothing. And the store never closes. Never. End of report. Time, 3:42 a.m. Location, aisle status, employed. Cleanup needed in reality. Customer needs assistance with existing. All temporal loops, please proceed to your designated infinity. Welcome to Quick Stop. How may we help you exist today? The Plaza Hotel wasn't my first choice. Reviews mentioned peeling wallpaper and spotty Wi-Fi, but every other place in town was booked for the conference. The suitcase sat in my room's closet. Brown leather, brass buckles, old-fashioned, not mine. I found it during the standard hotel room check, making sure no previous guest had left anything behind. The closet door creaked when I opened it. The suitcase rested on the shelf above the hanging rod. I called the front desk. Room 412. There's a suitcase in my closet. Impossible. The clerk's voice crackled through static. Room was cleaned this morning. Nothing left behind. I'm looking at it right now. I'll send someone up. Nobody came. I called again. No answer. The suitcase stayed on the shelf. I avoided looking at it. At 11:23 p.m. I heard the first sound. A zipper, opening slowly, then crying, muffled, like someone trying to stay quiet. My skin went cold. Sweat formed on my palms. I turned on every light in the room, grabbed my phone to record. The closet door was closed. I hadn't closed it. The crying continued. Soft sobs, gasping breaths. I filmed the door, stepped closer. The handle turned by itself. I ran. The hotel lobby was empty. No clerk, no security. My phone showed the video as static. Back in the room, the closet door stood open. The suitcase hadn't moved, but something had changed. My clothes. All my clothes from my own suitcase now hung in the closet. They looked wrong, worn, dirty, like they'd been worn for weeks without washing. I touched a shirt sleeve. It was damp, smelled like sweat and tears. The crying started again, from inside the old suitcase. I should have left, should have slept in my car, should have driven home. Instead, I opened it. The leather was cold. The buckles turned smoothly, too smoothly. Inside, I found my clothes, the ones I was currently wearing, folded neatly, but older, torn, stained. A note lay on top, my handwriting. They won't let you leave. Trust me. I've tried. The zipper sounds came again, behind me. In the room's mirror, I saw another suitcase. On the bed. Opening. More crying. More of my clothes. More notes in my handwriting. Each suitcase held the same things, just at different stages of decay. I ran to the front desk again. The clerk smiled. My smile. Wearing my face. Checking out so soon? I backed away. Ran outside. The street was empty. All the buildings were the Plaza Hotel. Every window showed my room. Every window showed suitcases. I'm still here. The suitcases keep appearing, keep opening, keep showing me my future. My clothes get older, more worn. The notes get more desperate. The crying never stops. Sometimes I hear zippers in the walls, in the floors, in the ceiling. Sometimes I see other guests. They all wear my face. They all carry suitcases. They all cry. Last night, a new suitcase appeared, the newest one yet. Inside, my clothes, clean, fresh, just like I'm wearing now. A note on top, "Welcome to the plaza. Your suitcase is waiting." The clerk wears my face. The other guests wear my face. The city outside is all Plaza Hotel now. Every room has a suitcase. Every suitcase has my clothes. Every mirror shows my face. But it's not my face anymore. It's the clerk's face. It's every guest's face. It's the hotel's face. The crying comes from everywhere now, from every suitcase, from every room, from every me. Hotel records, room 412. Check-in, continuous check-out, never guest name, every one luggage, one suitcase, status, waiting. If you find a suitcase in your hotel closet, don't open it. Don't read the notes. Don't look in the mirrors. Don't listen to the crying. Just run before the zippers start, before the clothes age, before your face becomes everyone's face, before you become another note in another suitcase, before you become another guest who never checks out, before you become me, all of me, forever, in room 412, with my suitcase, with every suitcase, crying. End of report. Time, eternal location, the Plaza Hotel room, 412. Status, checked in. The zippers are starting again. A new suitcase just appeared. I think it's yours. Welcome to the plaza. Your room is waiting. Your clothes are packed. Your face is ready. And the crying never stops. Never. Mountain View Inn sat at the end of a dirt road. 2 stories of weathered wood and faded paint. The sign advertised, "Quiet rooms, best rates." The owner handed me the key to room 7. His hands shook slightly. "Just 2 rooms occupied tonight," he said. "You and room 8. Should be nice and quiet." The stairs creaked under my feet. The second-floor hallway stretched dark and narrow. Room 7 was basic. Double bed, dresser, small bathroom. 1 window facing the woods. At 11 p.m. I heard the first knock. 3 sharp raps. Rhythmic, coming from the wall between room 7 and room 8. Then voices, muffled but clear enough to hear words. "Hello? Can anyone hear us?" I pressed my ear to the wall. The voices continued. "Please, we need help. We're trapped." My heart raced. I stepped into the hallway. Room 8's door was closed. No light showed under it. I knocked. No answer. Back in my room, I called the front desk. "Are you sure someone's in room 8? "Room 8? The owner's voice cracked. "Room 8 has been empty for months. No one should be in there." The knocking started again, louder. "I hear people in there." "That's impossible." His voice shook. "Room 8 is sealed. Has been since the incident." "What incident?" He hung up. The voices grew clearer. "Can you help us get out? The walls, they keep closing in." I grabbed my phone, filmed the wall. The knocking pattern changed. Desperate now, like multiple fists pounding. "Please, there's not much time." I tried the hallway again. Room 8's door stood slightly open. The video on my phone showed nothing, just static. My hands trembled as I pushed room 8's door wider. The room was identical to mine. Same layout, same furniture. But everything was wrong. The walls curved inward. The ceiling sagged down. Deep grooves marked the walls, like someone had clawed at them, desperately. The room seemed smaller than mine, compressed, no one inside. but the voices came clearer now. "Behind you! The door!" I spun around. The door had closed. The walls moved, slowly, steadily, closing in. I grabbed the handle, locked. The ceiling dropped lower. My phone rang. The owner's voice, "Get out, now, before it takes you too." "The door's locked. Not your door, their door. Find their door." The walls pressed closer. Paint cracked. Plaster crumbled. Then I saw it. Another door. In the far wall, like a mirror image of the entrance. It opened to another room 8, and another, each one smaller, each one more compressed. The voices came from the last room. Shadows moved against deformed walls, hands pressed against warped windows. I ran. Through each version of room 8, each smaller than the last, the walls followed, closing behind me, sealing each room. The voices followed too. "Hurry, before the last door closes." The final room 8 was tiny, barely big enough to stand. The walls touched my shoulders. One more door, barely visible in the compressed space. Beyond it, my room 7. I dove through. The door slammed shut, vanished into solid wall. The voices stopped. I ran downstairs. The owner stood in the empty lobby, shaking. "It got them 6 months ago," he said. "A family of 4. Room 8 just took them." "What is it?" "The room feeds, grows new versions of itself, each one smaller, until—" He gestured upstairs. "Until what?" "Until there's no room left." I checked out immediately. In the parking lot, I looked up at room 8's window, hands pressed against the glass. Many hands, all slowly being crushed together. The window itself shrank as I watched. That was last week. The Mountain View Inn is closed now. The owner disappeared yesterday. But room 8 is still there, still growing new versions, still getting smaller, still hungry. I drive past sometimes. The building looks different each time, compressed, like something is squeezing it. The windows get smaller, the walls curve inward, and at night you can still hear them. The knocking, the voices, the scraping of desperate hands on shrinking walls. Room 8 keeps growing, keeps dividing, keeps closing in. And somewhere in the smallest version, in the tiniest space, they're still trapped, still knocking, still calling for help, still being crushed together, forever. Police report, missing persons case. Year 842. Location, Mountain View Inn. Status, unsolved notes. Building condemned due to structural instability. Walls appear to be compressing inward. Room 8 cannot be located. Knocking sounds reported. Investigation ongoing. If you need a room for the night, drive past the Mountain View Inn. The rates aren't worth it. The quiet isn't worth it. Room 8 is still hungry, still growing, still closing in, and the knocking never stops. Never. End of report. Time, unknown location, former room 7. Status, escaped. But sometimes at night I hear knocking on my walls and voices calling, and I wonder, did I really escape? Or am I just in another room 8, getting smaller, always smaller, forever? I never thought my last ride as a rideshare driver would happen like this. But here I am, staring at my own face in the rearview mirror, watching myself smile back at me from the back seat. Let me tell you how I got here. It was 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. I'd been driving for 16 hours straight, but I needed the money. The ping came in for a pickup in downtown. Nothing unusual there. The surge pricing made it worth staying out, even though my eyes were burning from staring at the road all night. I pulled up to the curb outside an office building. Empty sidewalks, just the occasional drunk stumbling home. The streetlights cast orange pools on the wet pavement. My phone showed 3 minutes until the passenger's wait time ran out. At 2:57 a.m., a man appeared. just stepped out of the shadows between buildings. He wore a dark suit, carried no bag. His face looked normal enough, clean-shaven, middle-aged, unremarkable. But something about his movements seemed off, too smooth, like he was gliding rather than walking. I checked the name on my app. James? He nodded, opened the back door, and slid in. The leather seat creaked. A blast of cold air hit the back of my neck. The app showed his destination, Mountain View Road. I knew that area, a winding road up in the hills, about 40 minutes out of the city. Not many houses up there, mostly just hiking trails and a few scattered cabins. Heading up to Mountain View Road? I asked, trying to sound casual. Always good to confirm the destination, especially on late-night rides. He didn't respond, just sat there, perfectly still. I could see him in my rearview mirror, staring straight ahead. I pulled away from the curb. The streets were empty, just us and the occasional delivery truck. The sound of tires on wet asphalt filled the silence. 10 minutes in, we hit the highway. The city lights faded behind us. Dark trees lined both sides of the road. My headlights caught the reflective markers on the pavement, making them flash like eyes in the dark. That's when I first heard it. A low mumbling from the back seat. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound made the hair on my arms stand up. I glanced in the rearview mirror. James was still sitting perfectly straight, but his lips were moving. His eyes stayed fixed straight ahead. The mumbling got louder. Then he started laughing. Not normal laughter. This was high-pitched, almost childlike. It would stop suddenly, then start again a few seconds later. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Sweat beaded on my forehead, despite the cold air blasting from the vents. 20 more minutes to his destination. I dealt with drunk passengers, angry passengers, even a few who seemed mentally unstable. But something about this guy was different. The road started climbing. Sharp curves hugged the mountainside. Trees pressed in closer, their branches scraping against the car. No streetlights up here, just darkness and the sound of that laughing. I checked the mirror again. James had turned his head. He was staring directly at me now, still laughing. His eyes reflected my headlights like an animal's. My phone lost signal. The map disappeared, then came back fuzzy. The car's temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath. Finally, the GPS announced, "Arriving at destination." I pulled over at the coordinates. Nothing but trees and a dirt path leading into the darkness. James stopped laughing. The silence felt worse somehow. The back door opened. Cold air rushed in. I kept my eyes straight ahead, hands gripping the wheel. In my peripheral vision, I saw him step out. The door closed with a soft click. I reached for the gear shift, ready to get the hell out of there. But the app was still running. According to the screen, the passenger was still in my car. My stomach clenched. Slowly, I looked up at the rearview mirror. There I was, sitting in the back seat. Same clothes I was wearing, same face, but wrong somehow. The smile was too wide, showing too many teeth. The eyes were empty, like dark holes. I spun around in my seat. The back seat was empty. Turned back to the mirror. Still there, my reflection, grinning at me. I grabbed my phone, tried to end the ride. The screen was frozen. The timer kept counting up. 47:23, 47:24, 47:25. The temperature dropped lower. Frost crept across the windshield. The engine died without me touching the key. In the mirror, my reflection moved. It shouldn't have been possible. I was sitting completely still. But it leaned forward, that terrible grin widening. I tried to look away. Couldn't. My muscles wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as my own face came closer in the mirror. The reflection's mouth opened. teeth gleamed in the darkness. It spoke in my voice, but distorted, like hearing yourself on an old recording. Thanks for the ride. My hand moved to the rear-view mirror without me telling it to. Fingers gripped the edge. Don't look, I thought. Don't look, don't look, don't look. But I was already tilting the mirror down, already seeing what was waiting in the back seat. The last thing I remember is my own face, inches from mine, reaching forward with hands that looked just like mine, but weren't mine at all. They found my car the next morning, parked in the exact same spot. Engine cold, no signs of struggle. Just an empty vehicle and a ride-share app still running on a phone in the cup holder, showing a ride in progress. Passenger, James Duration, 134207. Status: in progress. The police report says I disappeared that night. Maybe I did, but sometimes I think I'm still there, watching from the rearview mirror, waiting for the next driver to look back. So if you're driving late at night and get a ping for a pickup from James, headed to Mountain View Road, do yourself a favor. Let it go to another driver. And whatever you do, don't look in the rearview mirror, because you might see yourself sitting in the back seat, smiling back at you with a smile that isn't yours. And by then, it'll be too late. I should know. I've been that smile in the mirror more times than I can count now, and I'm still waiting for my ride to end. First time I saw the light, I almost didn't notice it. Moving into an old building at night isn't ideal, but my new job started tomorrow, and I had to get settled. I was unpacking boxes in my bedroom when I caught the flicker in my peripheral vision. A window lit up in the supposedly vacant apartment across the narrow alley. 3 a.m. exactly, according to my phone. I didn't think much of it then. New buildings, new neighbors, that's city life. But after 3 nights of the same light clicking on at exactly 3 a.m., I started paying attention. The apartment management had been clear. Unit 4B was empty, waiting for renovations. Had been for months. So who was turning on that light? I'm on the 4th floor. The window facing mine sits maybe 15 feet away. Close enough to see inside if you try. Not that I was trying. Not at first. That first week, I kept my distance. Just watched from the corner of my eye as I pretended to read or scroll through my phone. The light would click on, always at 3 a.m., always the same warm yellow glow. It would stay on for exactly 1 hour. Then darkness. But on night 8, I saw the figure. I was sitting on my bed, facing the window. The light clicked on right on schedule. And there it was, a human shape, standing perfectly still in the center of the room. Just watching. My chest got tight. Sweat broke out on my palms. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The figure didn't move either. After an hour, the light clicked off. The figure vanished with it. I called management the next morning. The property manager sounded annoyed. "Ma'am, I assure you, 4B is empty. Has been since the fire last year. The electricity isn't even connected." I asked about the fire. She hung up. That night, I waited. 2:59 a.m. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The light clicked on. The figure was there again. Closer to the window this time. I could make out more details. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long dark dress or robe. But the face was just a dark blur. I raised my hand, testing. The figure raised its hand too. Same motion, same timing. I waved. It waved. I stepped closer to my window. It stepped closer to its window. Every movement I made, it copied perfectly, like looking in a mirror, except not. Because the proportions were wrong, the arms too long, the neck at an angle that wasn't quite right. I spent the next week watching it, testing it. Different movements, different positions. It matched everything. But each night, it got a little closer to its window. And each night, I swear its movements were happening a fraction of a second before mine. I started taking pictures. They all came out black. Videos too, just static and darkness where the figure should be. I asked my neighbors about 4B. Most avoided eye contact, hurried away. One old woman crossed herself and slammed her door in my face. Finally, I found someone who talked. The maintenance guy, Jose. He was cleaning the lobby when I cornered him. The fire, he said, keeping his voice low. A woman lived there. Used to stand in her window every night, looking out. They say she was waiting for someone. The fire started at 3 a.m. They found her, still standing there, still waiting. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I watched the figure get closer and closer to its window. Its movements weren't following mine anymore. They were leading. I'd find my arm raising, my head turning, following its motions before I could stop myself. Last night, I decided to end it. I'd stay awake, but I wouldn't look at the window, wouldn't move, would break whatever connection was building between us. 2:59 a.m. I sat on my bed, facing away from the window. My hands were shaking, sweat soaked through my shirt. 3 a.m. The light didn't come on. Relief flooded through me. Maybe it was over. Maybe. A cold breeze hit the back of my neck. Slowly, I turned toward my own window. The figure stood inside my room, all wrong angles and too long limbs. The face still a blur, but clearer now. Clear enough to see the burnt flesh, the empty sockets where eyes should be. It raised its hand. My hand raised too. It took a step forward. My legs moved without my permission. It turned toward the window. I turned too. We stood there side by side, looking out at the dark window of 4B, looking at our reflections in the glass. In the reflection I could see its face clearly now. It was my face, but wrong, twisted, burning. It smiled. I felt my lips pull back in a mirror of its expression. "They'll find you standing here," it said in my voice. "Still waiting. I'm still standing here now, still waiting. The sun will rise soon. People will wake up, start their days. Someone will notice eventually. But for now, I watch our reflection in the window. I watch my face burn and twist and change. I watch as my arms grow too long, my neck bends at impossible angles. And every night at 3 a.m., I turn on the light, and I wait for someone new to look out their window, someone who will see me standing here, someone who will raise their hand when I raise mine, someone who will take my place so I can finally rest. The light is always on at 3 a.m. in apartment 4B, but if you live across from an empty window, don't look too closely at what might be looking back. And if you see a light click on at exactly 3 a.m., don't wave, don't move, don't let it see you watching, because it's not watching you, it's waiting for you. And once it starts moving, you'll move too, whether you want to or not. I know, I didn't want to move either, but here I stand, and here I'll stay, waiting. The light will be on at 3 a.m. Will you be watching? I should have stayed on the main highway. That's what everyone tells me now. But I'd made this drive 100 times, and I was running late for my daughter's recital. The rural shortcut through County Road 23 would save me 40 minutes. I'd done the math. I turned off the highway at 6:15 p.m. The sun was already setting, painting the farmland in deep shadows. My GPS recalculated, showing the new route. Estimated arrival, 7:30 p.m. Perfect. I'd make it with 10 minutes to spare. The first strange sign appeared 5 minutes after I turned off. A green metal sign, standard highway department issue, pointing left. Millbrook, 15 miles. I frowned. Millbrook wasn't anywhere near here. I'd lived in this area my whole life, and Millbrook was 2 counties over. Must be vandals, I thought. Kids stealing signs, putting them up in random places. I kept driving. The pavement narrowed, trees closed in on both sides, their branches forming a tunnel over the road. My headlights caught another sign, Shadowvale, 8 miles. I'd never heard of Shadowvale. My GPS screen flickered. The blue line showing my route disappeared, then reappeared in a different position. The estimated arrival time jumped to 8:45 p.m. I pulled over, right next to another sign. This one said, Millbrook, 22 miles. The same sign I'd passed 5 minutes ago, but with a different distance. I checked my phone, no signal. The GPS app was still running, but the map looked wrong. Roads that shouldn't be there, towns with names I didn't recognize. A car passed me going the opposite direction. An old red Chevy, looked like my brother's. But he lived in Arizona now. I turned around. The recital started at 7:40. If I went back to the highway now, I could still make it for the second half. 10 minutes of driving brought me to another sign. Millbrook, 15 miles. My hands started shaking on the wheel. This wasn't possible. I'd been driving away from that sign. Another car passed, another red Chevy, identical to the first one. I turned around again. The trees seemed closer now, their branches lower. My headlights reflected off something ahead, a sign. Millbrook, 22 miles. My chest felt tight. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air coming through the vents. I checked the time. 6:45 p.m. The sun had set completely now. I pulled over again and checked my gas gauge. 3/4 full. I had time. I could figure this out. A red Chevy passed me. I pulled up Google Maps on my phone. No signal, but the offline maps still worked. According to them, I was nowhere. The blue dot showing my location floated in an empty space between mapped roads. Something hit my windshield. A key. My key. The one I'd just dropped in the cup holder. I looked down. The key was still there. I looked up. Another key lay on my hood. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I got out of the car. The air felt wrong, too thick, too quiet. No cricket sounds, no wind in the trees. The key on the hood was identical to mine. Same Toyota logo. Same scratch on the side from where I'd dropped it last month. A red Chevy passed. I got back in my car and grabbed my key from the cup holder. Tried to start the engine. Nothing. Tried again. Click, but no start. A third try. The engine roared to life, but it sounded wrong. Too deep, like it was coming from far away. I put the car in drive, pulled forward slowly. A sign emerged from the darkness. Shadowvale. 8 miles. I turned around again, drove for what felt like hours, but my clock still said 6:45 p.m. The trees pressed closer. The road got narrower. Signs appeared and disappeared in my headlights. Millbrook, Shadowvale, names I'd never seen before and can't remember now. Red Chevys passed me every few minutes, all identical, all driving in the same direction I'd just come from. Finally, I saw something different. A car on the side of the road. A Toyota Camry. My Toyota Camry. I pulled up behind it. Same license plate. Same dent in the rear bumper from the parking lot incident last year. Same keys on the hood. I got out, walked to the other car. The driver's seat was empty, but the engine was running. My phone buzzed. Signal, finally. I had 15 missed calls from my wife. I answered. Her voice was shaking. "Where are you? The recital's over. It's almost midnight." I looked at my clock. 6:45 p.m. "I'm on my way," I said. "Just took a shortcut." A red Chevy passed. I walked to the other Camry. My keys, the ones from the hood, fit perfectly in my pocket. The ones in my hand disappeared. I got in. The seat was adjusted exactly how I liked it. The radio was playing the same station I'd been listening to. I checked the GPS. It showed my location clearly now. County Road 23. Estimated arrival time, 7:30 p.m. Perfect. I'd make it with 10 minutes to spare. I pulled onto the road, passed a Toyota Camry parked on the shoulder. Didn't look at the driver. A sign appeared. Millbrook, 15 miles. I turned left at the sign. The GPS recalculated. New estimated arrival, 8:45 p.m. A red Chevy passed me, going the other way. I'm still driving. The clock still says 6:45 p.m. Signs still appear and disappear. My daughter's recital is long over, but somehow I'm still going to make it with 10 minutes to spare. Sometimes I pass a Toyota Camry parked on the shoulder. Sometimes I see someone get out, check their keys, look at their phone. I don't stop anymore. I just drive. The signs keep changing. The trees keep getting closer. Red Chevys pass me in an endless parade. And somewhere, on another County Road 23, another me is turning off the highway, thinking about making good time, taking the shortcut. If you're ever running late and your GPS shows a faster route through the back roads, check the signs carefully. If they start showing places that shouldn't be there, turn around immediately. And if you see a red Chevy pass you, followed by a Toyota Camry, don't look at the driver. It might be you. Already taking the long way home. I found the trail marker by accident. Small wooden sign, weathered gray, tucked between two pine trees. Deer Creek Loop, 3.2 miles. Perfect for my morning run. The state forest was usually empty this early, just how I liked it. My running watch showed 6:15 a.m. The sun was just starting to filter through the trees. Temperature in the mid-50s. I adjusted my hydration pack, checked my laces, and started my GPS tracking. The trail started normally enough. Packed dirt, occasional rocks and roots to dodge. Pine needles crunched under my feet. Birds called overhead. The air smelled like moss and wet earth. At the half-mile mark, I noticed the first odd thing. The trees seemed bigger, not just taller, but wider. Old-growth forest. But I'd been running these woods for years, and I'd never seen trees this size here before. The trail curved left, then right. The undergrowth got thicker. Ferns spread across the forest floor in dense patches. The bird sounds faded. My watch buzzed. 1 mile. I checked the screen. The GPS track showed my path, but something was wrong. The line doubled back on itself in places I hadn't gone. The trail split. Left fork, right fork, no marker. I took the right path. Standard trail running practice. When in doubt, stay right. The ground sloped up. My breathing got heavier. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. The trees pressed closer. Their branches blocked more of the sky. Another split. Right fork again. The ferns got taller. My shoes were soaked with dew. My watch buzzed. 2 miles. I stopped to check it. The GPS track was a mess now, zigzagging lines that went nowhere. The time showed 6:45 a.m., but the light hadn't changed. Still that early morning gray. A crack echoed through the trees, like a branch breaking, but too loud. I started running again, faster now. Another fork. I took the right path automatically. The ferns were up to my waist. The tree trunks had grown so wide I couldn't see past them. No more bird sounds now, just my breathing and my footsteps on the dirt. And something else, a rustling in the ferns, always just out of sight. My watch buzzed. 3 miles. The screen was glitching. Numbers flickered between distances that made no sense. The time still said 6:45 a.m. I stopped. My chest was heaving. Sweat soaked my shirt. I needed to turn around. I turned. The trail behind me looked different, narrower. The ferns had grown over it, leaving just a thin path. I started walking back. Another fork appeared. I hadn't passed this one before. I took the left path this time, trying to backtrack. 5 minutes of running brought me to another split, and another, and another. My watch buzzed. 4 miles. The screen showed static. The trees were impossibly big now, their trunks wide as cars. The branches wove together overhead, blocking most of the light. The ferns reached my shoulders. Something moved in the undergrowth. A flash of movement, gone before I could focus on it. I ran faster. The trail kept splitting. Left, right. Every path looked the same. My watch buzzed. 5 miles. The screen was black. The light didn't change. The air got thicker, harder to breathe. The rustling in the ferns got closer. I stopped again. My legs shook. My heart hammered against my ribs. I couldn't run anymore. Something caught my eye. A flash of color against the brown and green. My hydration pack, hanging on a branch. I reached back. My pack was still there, strapped to my shoulders. I walked to the branch. The pack was identical to mine. Same red color, same scratch on the bottom from when I'd dropped it last week. I opened it. Inside, I found my phone, my keys, my ID, but my phone was in my pocket. My keys were clipped to my belt. I pulled out my phone. No signal. The screen showed 6:45 a.m. The rustling got closer. I ran. The trail split again and again. More items appeared on branches. My watch, my shoes, my running clothes, all identical to what I was wearing. My watch buzzed. 6 miles, then 7, then 8. The screen stayed dark. The ferns closed over my head. The tree trunks grew wider than houses. The light faded to a gray twilight. Something moved in the ferns beside me. Something big. I saw footprints in the dirt. Running shoes. My size. My brand. But the stride was wrong. Too long. The prints appeared ahead of me as I watched. My watch buzzed. 9 miles. 10. 11. The light never changed. The trees never ended. The trail kept splitting. Finally, my legs gave out. I collapsed on the trail. My chest felt like it would explode. The rustling stopped. The ferns parted. I saw myself step out onto the trail. But wrong. Too tall. Arms too long. Face stretched like a reflection in a warped mirror. It wore my clothes, my shoes, my hydration pack. It looked at me with my eyes and smiled with my mouth. Then it started running. I watched it disappear down the trail, watched my footprints appear in the dirt, one by one, leading away into the darkness. I don't know how long I sat there. My watch kept buzzing. Miles kept adding up. The light never changed. Eventually, I stood up, started walking. The trail split again and again. Items appeared on branches, hydration packs, phones, watches, all mine. Sometimes I see other runners on the trail. They wear my clothes. They have my face. They're all running, always running. I'm still here, still walking. The trail keeps splitting. The trees keep growing. The light never changes. My watch keeps buzzing. The miles keep adding up. And somewhere on this trail, something with my face is running, making footprints that appear before it steps, leaving pieces of me on branches, waiting for the next runner to find that small wooden sign. Deer Creek Loop, 3. 2 miles. If you're running trails and find a loop that seems perfect, check the trees. If they start getting bigger, turn around. If you see your own belongings hanging on branches, run. And if you see yourself up ahead on the trail, don't follow. You'll never catch up. Trust me, I've been trying. I first heard the footsteps at 2:37 a.m., clear, distinct footsteps on hardwood floors from the apartment below mine, apartment 3B, the empty one, the one that had been vacant since the fire 6 months ago. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when the sound started. Slow, deliberate steps, heel toe, someone walking in steady circles. I lowered my phone, pressed my ear to the floor. The steps continued, methodical and precise, a perfect circle judging by the sound, like someone pacing but with purpose. I knew 3B was empty. I'd watched the cleanup crew gut it after the fire, seen them carry out the charred furniture, tear up the burnt carpets. The landlord had showed it to prospective tenants a few times, but the smoke damage was too extensive. The place needed a complete renovation. No one had been down there in months. The door was padlocked. The footsteps continued. My mouth went dry. I pulled up the building's maintenance app and sent a message to Carlos, our overnight super. Hearing footsteps from 3B, someone might have broken in. 3 minutes later, my phone buzzed. 3B is sealed. No one can get in. Try to sleep. The steps got louder, more deliberate, still moving in that perfect circle. I got out of bed. My hardwood floors creaked under my feet. A different sound from the footsteps below. Those were sharper, clearer, like someone walking on bare floors with all the furniture removed. I grabbed a flashlight from my kitchen drawer, walked to my front door, opened it slowly, wincing at the hinges. The hallway was dark. Emergency lights cast a dim green glow. I walked to the stairwell, went down one flight. 3B's door was exactly like I remembered. Heavy padlock, orange no entry notice taped across it. Yellow caution tape crossed from frame to frame. The footsteps continued directly above my head. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing, no sound from inside. But upstairs, in my apartment, I could still hear them, clear as day. I went back up, stood in my living room. The steps were louder now, still circling. I grabbed a cup from my kitchen, pressed it to the floor, then pressed my ear to the bottom, an old trick I'd learned for hearing through walls. The footsteps stopped. 3 sharp knocks echoed through the floor. I jumped back. The cup clattered across the room. Silence. Then, from below, "I can hear you up there." My voice, my exact voice, coming through the floor. I stumbled backward. My heart slammed against my ribs. "I can hear you moving," my voice said from below. Then a laugh, my laugh, but wrong somehow, distorted. More footsteps, not circles now, moving directly under me, following my movements. I ran to my bedroom. The steps followed, stopped when I stopped. "You can't get away," my voice said. "I'm right here." I pressed myself against the wall. Sweat ran down my back. The knocking started again. Not on the floor this time. On the walls. Inside the walls. Knock, knock, knock. Moving up from below, getting closer to my level. I grabbed my phone, called Carlos. No answer. Called the police. "Someone's in the building," I said. "In apartment 3B. There." "I'm not in 3B, my voice said from the walls. "I'm in here with you." The knocking reached my floor, moved across the wall beside me. I ran. Out of the bedroom, through the living room, to the front door. Locked. I hadn't locked it. The knocking followed me. Inside every wall now. "Let me tell you about the fire," my voice said, getting closer. I spun around. Empty apartment. "It started in the walls," my voice continued. "That's where I live now, in every wall, in every floor, in every ceiling." The knocking surrounded me, a perfect circle. "Want to see?" The walls bulged, just slightly, like something pressing from inside. I ran to the window, yanked it open, 5 stories up, but there was a fire escape. Behind me, the knocking stopped. "Too late," my voice said, right behind me. I turned. The wall cracked open. Something stepped out. Something with my face, but burnt, charred, still smoking. It smiled with blackened teeth. "Welcome home," it said in my voice. I jumped for the fire escape, missed. They found me on the sidewalk 6 hours later. Multiple fractures, concussion, internal bleeding. But alive. The official report said I was sleepwalking. Stress-induced parasomnia, triggered by living above the site of a fatal fire. They never found any signs of damage to my walls. No footprints in 3B's dust-covered floors. No evidence anyone had broken in. But sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps in my hospital room, coming from inside the walls, moving in perfect circles. And when the night nurse walks past, I hear my own voice whispering from the ceiling. "I followed you. I'm still here, in every wall, in every floor, in every ceiling. Want to see? They're moving me to a new room tomorrow, a different wing, different floor. But I know it won't matter, because the footsteps aren't coming from any room. They're coming from inside the walls, and something with my face is in there, walking, knocking, waiting. If you ever hear footsteps from an empty apartment, don't investigate. Don't press your ear to the floor. Don't try to listen closely, because it's not coming from the apartment. It's coming from inside the walls. And once it learns your voice, it never stops talking, never stops walking, never stops knocking. And it always, always has your face. I should know. I hear it every night, walking in circles, getting closer. Want to see? The notebook appeared on the seat next to me, somewhere between London and Manchester. Just a plain black moleskin, worn at the edges. I hadn't noticed anyone sit there or leave it behind. 1 minute the seat was empty, the next, there it was. The 3:15 train was half empty that Tuesday afternoon. I had a table seat to myself, laptop open, trying to finish a work presentation. Rain streaked the windows. Fields and suburbs blurred past in the gray light. I ignored the notebook at first. Probably belonged to another passenger. They'd come back for it. An hour passed. No one came. I closed my laptop. The presentation could wait. I picked up the notebook, checked inside the cover for a name or contact information. Nothing. The first page was dated today's date. The handwriting was neat, precise. Woman on the 3:15 to Manchester. Blue blazer, white blouse, dark hair pulled back, working on laptop. Presentation about Q4 marketing strategies. My hands started shaking. I was wearing a blue blazer and white blouse. My hair was in a ponytail. My laptop showed my unfinished Q4 marketing presentation. I turned the page. She notices the notebook at 4:17 p.m., picks it up at 4:32 p.m., hands trembling slightly as she reads. My phone showed 4:32 p.m. I dropped the notebook. It hit the table with a soft thud. The next page had continued writing. Drops notebook on table. Heart rate increasing. Considering calling train attendant. I was reaching for the attendant call button. My hand froze halfway there. I picked up the notebook again, flipped through more pages. Reads next 3 pages in 47 seconds. Pulse now 115 BPM. Sweating despite cool air conditioning. Every detail was exact. Things no one could know. The brief phone call with my sister this morning. The coffee I'd spilled on my skirt in the station. The email I'd just started typing to my boss. The writing continued, describing my every movement, every thought, in perfect detail. I reached the current page. Words appeared on the paper as I watched, written by an invisible hand. Watch as words form on page, pupils dilated, breathing rapid and shallow. I slammed the notebook shut, opened it again. More words. Opens notebook again at 4:41 p.m., wondering if she's having a mental breakdown. I was wondering exactly that. I looked around the carriage. A few passengers dozed or stared at phones. No one was watching me. My phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. Keep reading. The notebook felt hot in my hands, like it was burning, but I couldn't let go. Next page. She'll try to throw the notebook away at the next station. It won't work. She'll find it back in her bag. She'll try to show it to other passengers. They won't see the writing, only blank pages. She's beginning to understand now. This isn't just a diary. It's her diary, the one she's going to write. Once she starts writing it herself, once she becomes me. The train announced the next station. 5 minutes. I stood up, grabbed my bag. The notebook fell to the floor. I picked it up. Tries to leave notebook behind, picks it up again automatically. Can't help herself. I walked to the bathroom, locked the door, pulled out my phone to call for help. No signal. The notebook burned in my bag. I took it out. New words appeared. She's in the bathroom now, trying to escape, but she knows she can't, because she remembers being here, remembers writing this, remembers becoming me. I looked in the mirror. Someone else looked back. Me, but wrong somehow. Older, tired, eyes too dark. She held a black notebook. She was writing. I looked down at my hands. They held a pen I didn't remember picking up. Words flowed onto the page in my handwriting. Woman on the 3:15 to Manchester, blue blazer, white blouse, dark hair pulled back, working on laptop, presentation about Q4 marketing strategies. I tried to stop writing, couldn't. The words kept coming. She notices the notebook at 4:17 p.m. I'm still writing, still watching, still becoming. The train moves on. Passengers come and go, and somewhere between London and Manchester, a woman in a blue blazer will find a notebook. She'll pick it up at exactly 4:32 p.m. Her hands will shake as she reads, and I'll watch her become me, just like I became the woman who wrote this diary, just like she became the woman before her. The train goes on, the diary stays, and we all keep writing, keep watching, keep becoming. If you're on a train and see a black notebook on the seat next to you, don't pick it up, don't read it, don't look in the mirror, because once you start writing, you can't stop. And somewhere, on another train, another you is already writing your story, watching you read these words, waiting for you to become her, just like I'm waiting now. The pen never stops, the story never ends, and we all keep writing, keep watching, keep becoming. Want to know what happens next? Pick up the notebook, start reading, start writing, become me. I'm waiting. I still have the card. Plain white card stock, standard size. No company name, no logo. Just a date and time printed in black serif font. September 15th, 2024, 3:47 p.m. The man who gave it to me had smiled and said 7 words. You'll need this when the time comes. I found myself in Warren Valley on a business trip. Small town, barely a dot on the map. One main street lined with brick buildings from the 1800s. A few shops, a diner, a library. The kind of place where sidewalks roll up at sunset. The man approached me outside the diner. Tall, thin, wearing a gray suit that looked too new. His face was ordinary, the kind you'd forget as soon as you looked away. But his smile, that stuck with me. Too wide, too knowing. He'd held out the card. I took it automatically. When I looked up to ask what it was for, he was gone. I checked the date and time. September 15th, exactly 24 hours away. I slipped the card into my wallet, forgot about it. Had meetings to attend, contracts to review, the usual corporate routine. That night, I noticed the first strange thing. The hotel clerk who'd checked me in that morning didn't recognize me, insisted I hadn't been there before, showed me the registry. My signature wasn't there. I went to my room. 312. My key card worked, but my suitcase was gone. The bed was made, untouched. I called the front desk, different clerk now. Said room 312 had been empty for weeks. My phone showed no service. Laptop couldn't connect to Wi-Fi. I went back downstairs. The lobby was empty. Streets outside dark and silent. The town felt wrong. Buildings the same, but the signs were different. Shops I'd seen that morning had new names, or were boarded up. I walked to the diner. Closed. Windows dark. Sign faded like it hadn't been open in years. My watch showed 11:52 p.m., but all the other clocks I saw, in shop windows, on the bank's digital display, were frozen at 3:46 p.m. The card in my wallet felt warm. I pulled it out. September 15th, 3:47 p.m. A car passed. Old model, maybe from the 1950s, but pristine. Driver wore clothes from the same era. Another car, 1970s this time. Then a modern SUV. Then a sleek vehicle I didn't recognize. Looked like something from the future. All driving past in slow procession. All drivers had the same face. The man who gave me the card, the same smile. I ran back to the hotel. Lobby clock still showed 3:46 p.m. My room key didn't work. Different number on the door now, 347. The card burned in my pocket. I walked the streets all night, saw more cars, more faces, all him, all smiling. The sky never changed, permanent twilight. My watch kept ticking, but every other clock in town stayed frozen at 3:46 p.m. Morning came according to my watch, but the light didn't change. Streets empty now, no cars, no people. I tried leaving town. Roads led back to Main Street, every time. My phone was dead, watch battery dying. The card got warmer. September 15th, 3:47 p.m. I counted hours by my watch, walked empty streets, tried every door, every window, no way out. Watch battery died at 3:45 p.m. September 15th. One working clock left in town. Bank's digital display, 3:46 p.m. The man appeared on Main Street, same suit, same smile. Right on schedule, he said. He held out a white card, different date, different time. For the next person, he said, you'll know who needs it. What happens at 3:47? I asked. His smile widened. You already know. You've been here before, many times. The bank clock clicked over. 3:47 p.m. Everything stopped, restarted. I stood outside the diner, morning sun bright overhead, streets busy with normal people, normal cars. A businessman walked past, suit too crisp, smile too wide. I felt the card in my hand, held it out to him. You'll need this, I heard myself say, when the time comes. He took it. I smiled, walked away, found myself on Main Street again. Different day, different time, card in my hand. New date, new time. I'm still here, still walking these streets, still handing out cards, still smiling. Sometimes I see myself arriving, taking the card, running through empty streets. Sometimes I see myself leaving, giving cards, smiling that smile. The town changes, the time changes, but 3:47 p.m. always comes, and we're all still here, waiting, smiling, handing out cards. If someone offers you a business card with just a date and time, don't take it. Don't check your watch. Don't count the hours, because 3:47 p.m. is always coming, and we're all waiting to give you your card, to show you your smile, to help you become us, just like I did, just like we all do, over and over. At 3:47 p.m., when the time comes, I'll be waiting, with your card and your smile, right on schedule. I've been fishing Crater Lake for 20 years, every Saturday, same spot, same time. I know every cove, every tree on the shoreline, every depth where the big ones hide. Or I thought I did, until the cabin appeared. It showed up on a misty October morning. I was in my usual spot, about 50 yards from the north shore. The fog was thick that day, but as it started to lift, I saw it, a small wooden cabin, right at the water's edge. Dark logs, tin roof, stone chimney. Looked old, weathered, like it had been there for decades, but it hadn't been. I'd spent the previous weekend in that exact spot. Nothing there but trees and rocks. I checked my GPS coordinates to make sure I hadn't drifted. Nope. Same place I always fished. The cabin shouldn't have been there. No road led to it. No path through the woods. Just the cabin, sitting there like it had grown out of the ground overnight. My fishing rod jerked. I pulled up a decent-sized base, but my eyes kept going back to the cabin. Something about it felt wrong. The proportions, maybe. The windows were too tall, the door too narrow. Movement caught my eye. A shadow passed behind one of those too tall windows. Then another. No car in sight. No boat docked nearby. No way anyone could have gotten out there except on foot through miles of dense forest. The shadows kept moving. Regular pattern, like someone pacing. I watched for an hour, caught 2 more bass. The shadows never stopped. The mist cleared completely by noon. The sun hit the cabin's windows, and for a second I swore I saw faces pressed against the glass. Multiple faces, all watching me. I pulled up my anchor, started the boat motor. Time to head in. That's when I saw it. My fishing rod. Not the one in my hands. Another one, identical, propped against the cabin's front door. Same red handle. Same scratch near the reel from where I'd dropped it last summer. Even the same worn spot on the grip. But my rod was in my hands. I could feel it. The cabin door opened, just an inch or two. Darkness beyond. I gunned the motor, headed for the dock at full speed, called the park ranger as soon as I got cell service, described the cabin, its location. "No cabins on Crater Lake," she said. "Buildings not allowed, never has been." I showed her my GPS coordinates. She checked the maps. "Nothing there," she said. "Just shoreline." I went back the next day, brought my camera. The cabin was still there, but looking different. Bigger, windows higher, door narrower, more shadows moving inside, more faces at the windows, my fishing rod still propped by the door, but now other things too. My tackle box, my life vest, my boat keys, all identical to what I had with me. The door opened wider. A table was set inside, 2 plates, 2 chairs, my name carved into one of the plates. I left again, didn't fish for a week. When I came back, the cabin had changed again, grown. Now it was the size of a small house, windows stretched up 2 stories, door like a dark slash in the logs. All my fishing gear piled by the entrance, multiple copies of each item, like someone had been collecting them. The faces watched from every window now, my face, over and over, pressed against the glass, smiling. The door stood fully open, more tables inside, more plates, more chairs, more names carved, all mine. I haven't been back to Crater Lake since then, haven't fished anywhere, but sometimes, when I look in mirrors or windows, I see it. The cabin, getting bigger, windows stretching higher, door growing narrower, and my face, watching from every window, smiling, waiting. Last week, I found my fishing rod on my front porch, the one I left at the dock months ago, propped against my door. Next day, my tackle box appeared in my garage, then my life vest in my bedroom. This morning I woke up to the sound of wood creaking. My bedroom walls are logs now, windows too tall, door too narrow. A table is set with my name carved in every plate. And when I look out those windows, I see a small boat on a misty lake. A man is fishing there. He's about to look up, about to see the cabin, about to see his own face in every window. I'm smiling at him now. We all are, waiting for him to come home. If you're ever fishing on a misty morning and see a cabin that shouldn't be there, don't look too closely at the windows. Don't check what's beside the door. Don't read the names on the plates, because we're all here now, all watching, all waiting, all smiling. Your chair is ready, your plate is carved, and your face will look perfect in these windows. Trust me, I should know. I'm still watching myself arrive, over and over, at the cabin by the lake. The voices started on my third night at the Red Rose Motel, room 214, right next to 216, the room that had been empty for 3 years. At least that's what they told me later. I'd checked in on Monday, business trip to a small town in Nevada. The motel wasn't much, 2 stories of faded brick, cracked parking lot, neon sign missing half its letters. But it was cheap, and I only needed it for a week. Wednesday night, 11:23 p.m. I was lying in bed, scrolling through emails on my phone. The walls were thin. I could hear the TV from 212, the shower running in 218. Then I heard the voices from 216, 2 people talking, clear enough to make out words, but not quite loud enough to understand them. A man and a woman, having what sounded like a normal conversation. I checked my phone. No notifications from the front desk about new guests. The voices got louder. They were discussing something about my job, specific details about the contract I was in town to negotiate. Things nobody else could know. My hands started shaking. I pressed my ear to the wall. "The Peterson account numbers don't add up," the woman said. My project manager had told me the exact same thing that morning. "Check his laptop," the man replied. "Third folder from the top. Password's his dog's name." I sat up straight. My laptop was password protected, with my dog's name. "He's listening now," the woman said. The voices stopped. I called the front desk. The night clerk answered, voice thick with sleep. "Is someone staying in 216? I asked. 216? That room's been closed since the incident." "What incident?" "Can't discuss it, sir. Hotel policy. But nobody's been in that room for 3 years." I hung up, pressed my ear to the wall again. Silence. Then, "He's going to call the manager tomorrow, ask about the incident." My voice, coming from the other room. I jerked away from the wall. My heart hammered against my ribs. The voices continued, using my exact tone, my speech patterns, discussing things I hadn't told anyone, the real reason I was in town, the deal I was planning to make behind my company's back. I grabbed my phone, called the police. "Someone's broken into room 216, I said. "We're not in 216, my voice said from the other side of the wall. "We're in here with you." The operator asked me to repeat myself. "Never mind," I said. Hung up. "Smart," my voice said. "They wouldn't have helped anyway." I packed my bags, grabbed my laptop, had to get out. The voices followed my movements, putting the laptop in the blue bag first, then the clothes, forgetting his charger in the outlet by the TV. I looked. My charger was still plugged in. "Running won't help," they said. "We know where you're going. We know everything." I ran out, down the stairs, to the front desk, empty. A note on the counter. "Back in 5 minutes." I rang the bell. No answer. Behind me, footsteps on the stairs. My footsteps. The exact sound my shoes made on the carpet. I ran outside. The parking lot was empty. My car gone. The voices followed. He's realizing now, starting to understand. My voice, getting closer. Want to know what happened in room 216? I turned around. The motel was dark, all windows black except 216. Light spilled from under the door. My keys hung from the lock. The door opened. Inside, a man sat at a table, my face, my clothes, typing on my laptop. He looked up, smiled. Right on schedule, he said in my voice. The door swung shut. I checked my pocket for my room key. Found a different key instead. Room 216. I'm still here, still listening. The voices never stop now. They discuss every guest, every secret, every plan. Sometimes I hear my old voice through the wall of 214, warning the new tenant. Sometimes I hear myself running down the stairs. Sometimes I hear myself finding the key. The voices know everything. They always have, because they've heard it all before. Just like I have, just like I will. If you're staying in a motel and hear voices through the wall, don't listen too closely. Don't check the empty rooms. Don't trust your own voice, because we're all here, all listening, all talking, all knowing everything about you. Long before you arrive, long after you leave, or try to leave. I should know. I've heard it all before. Through the walls of room 216, in my own voice, over and over. Want to know what happened here? Just press your ear to the wall. We'll tell you everything, in your own words, right on schedule. The GPS started talking to me about my divorce on Route 16, somewhere between Boston and nowhere. Not the usual robotic directions. This was different, personal, like she knew things I hadn't told anyone. I was heading to a client meeting, standard sales trip, 2 hours out of the city. I'd made this drive dozens of times, but construction on the highway forced me to detour. The GPS recalculated, sending me down rural roads I'd never seen before. The voice started normally enough. In 500 feet, turn right onto Oak Street. The usual artificial female voice, slightly British accent. Then, just like Sarah turned right and left you last month. My hands clenched the steering wheel. Sarah, my ex-wife. We'd finalized the divorce 4 weeks ago. I checked my phone screen. Standard GPS interface. Nothing unusual. Recalculating, the voice said. Then softer, more natural. Like you're trying to recalculate your life without her. My mouth went dry. I tapped the screen, tried to change the voice settings. Nothing happened. In 1 mile, turn left onto River Road. Pause. You should have seen the signs earlier, like the texts on her phone from David. David, her co-worker. I'd never told anyone about finding those texts. Take the next exit, the voice continued. Now it sounded completely human, intimate, like someone sitting in the passenger seat. Exit the main road, like she exited your marriage. I tried to turn off the GPS. The screen stayed on. The voice kept talking. You're going the wrong way, it said. But you're used to that, aren't you? All those nights working late, thinking she was doing the same. Sweat ran down my back. I unplugged the phone. The voice came through the car speakers now. Turn right in 100 feet, into the darkness, where you belong. The recommended route showed smaller and smaller roads, dirt paths, unnamed tracks through woods. I missed the turn, kept going straight. Recalculating, the voice said. Laughed. You always were stubborn. That's why she left, why they all leave. The main road disappeared behind me. Trees pressed in on both sides. You're almost there, the voice said. Almost where you need to be, where you knew you'd end up. My phone showed no signal. The car's gas gauge dropped suddenly, though I'd filled up that morning. Turn left now, the voice commanded. No road there, just dense forest. I kept driving straight. I said turn left. The steering wheel jerked in my hands. The car swerved left. I fought for control. Tires squealed on asphalt. "You never could stay on the right path," the voice said. "Let me help you." The wheel turned by itself. The gas pedal pressed down. Trees blurred past. The speedometer climbed. "Sarah found her path," the voice said. "Found David. Found happiness." "Who are you?" I shouted. The voice laughed. My ex-wife's laugh. "I'm your guide, your companion, your future." The car turned onto a dirt road. I hadn't touched the wheel. "You're not alone anymore," the voice said. "I'm here. I'll always be here." The GPS screen flickered. A new face appeared. Female, but wrong somehow. Features shifting, never quite settling. "Look at me," it said. I kept my eyes on the road. "Look at me." The car stereo blasted static. The headlights flickered. "Nearly there now," the voice said. "Just a few more turns." The dirt road narrowed. Low branches scraped the roof. My phone rang. Sarah's ringtone. I answered automatically. "Hello, David," my ex-wife's voice said through the speakers. But she wasn't on the phone. The call screen was blank. "Remember how it felt?" the GPS voice asked. "Finding those messages, reading their plans?" The car accelerated. The wheel spun by itself. "Stop," I said. "You don't want to stop," the voice replied. "You want to know where this road leads." Trees gave way to open space. A gas station appeared. Old, run down, single pump. The car parked itself. An attendant stepped out, looked at me, smiled. "Welcome," he said, used my name. "How was your drive with her?" The GPS screen went black. The voice spoke one last time through the speakers. "You're home now." I checked my location. No signal, no roads on the map. The attendant kept smiling. "She's been waiting for you," he said. "They all have." Other cars pulled in, dozens of them, all with GPS units glowing in their windshields, all drivers staring straight ahead, all listening to their own voices. "I'm still here, still listening." She never stops talking now, tells me everything I never wanted to know, shows me every wrong turn, every dark path, every destination I've been avoiding. The attendant keeps smiling. The cars keep coming. And somewhere on Route 16, another GPS is starting to talk. Another voice is changing. Another car is turning off the main road, coming home. If your GPS starts talking about things it shouldn't know, don't listen. Don't let it guide you. Don't let it turn the wheel. Because we're all here now, all listening, all following her voice, down roads that don't exist, to places we can't leave. I should know. I'm still driving, still turning, still recalculating, and she's still talking, always talking. Want to know where this road leads? Just follow the voice. She's waiting for all of us.